Oh, wrong one. Fuck. There we go. Hello, everyone. Oh, I'm so good at this. I'm fucking brilliant, aren't I? Hello, everyone. How are we all? Don't worry, if you've tuned in for politics, there will be some after the football. That's the way round we're doing it today. Come to peace with it. There we go. Anyway, howdy. Look, we're doing the Albania-England game, but frankly, like, who gives a fuck at this moment in time? Because this just fucking happened. Where are we? Boom. It's limbs o'clock, motherfuckers! Go on, lads! I suppose for context, Ireland needed to win away in not Romania, in Hungary. They went a goal down, then 1-1. Then they went 2-1 down. Then they equalised with about 10 minutes left. And then with virtually the last kick of the game, 3-2 win, boom. And having got 1 point from their first 3 qualification games, Ireland are now in the playoffs. Take that, Viktor Orban, you fascist shithouse. Boom. Oh, let's fucking go. Absolutely glorious. Anyway. Oh, Aguero. I see what you've done there, as friends, Ross. Thank you, yes. But anyway, yes, we are going to be watching Albania versus England. The deadest of dead robbers. Even though it is technically a qualification game and therefore, you know, a competitive match and all the rest of it, it's England are already through and Albania already guaranteed second place. So it's worth basically nothing. But I'm going to watch it anyway. And then we're going to watch award-winning journalism afterwards with No Justice MTG. Because she's not playing Magic the Gathering this week, so... You know, that's a thing. The best left-back in the country is playing, though. Let's not. Sorry, award-winning journalism, my bad. And as you can tell from the... title I've gone with. I've taken on board the concept of just calling something award winning. Is Shabana Mahmood the right back? No. Although under her immigration policy, her family would have been left back in Pakistan. So you know, what's that about pulling ladders up behind oneself? Oh no, that's look. We're doing football first. Shut up. Anyway, the big news is Bellingham's playing. It's good that we've got one of the best players in the world and we've deigned to give him a game in what is essentially a friendly at this point. Brilliant. We are a very special thing. Anyway, although I mean there is genuinely some history that could be made in this game. No European qualifying team has ever played 6 or more games and won all of the games and not conceded a goal during that span. England can do that today by winning and keeping a clean sheet. They haven't conceded a goal in the entire qualification so far. That's mental. O'Reilly is having a good season. That is true, to be fair. Do you trust such a young player going into a World Cup, though? I don't know. We'll wait and see. The football has been fucking dreadful under Tuchel. Let's not be remotely asked about that, but it is undeniably the results are fantastic. The opposition are not great. Let's not beat around the bush, but Serbia are pretty decent, Albania are pretty decent, and we've put them all to the sword metaphorically. Let's not. Again, we were playing the war crimes derby last time against Serbia, and this time 2 interesting names of note in the Albania team. They have a centre forward called Hoja. Apparently, it's just a common name in Albania, and also there's someone on the bench called Cake. It's probably pronounced like Cake or something like that, but like it's spelled Cake. His name is Cake. I'm here for it. Anyway, yeah, we're about to get ready for kickoff in a few minutes. Well, we're not doing politics yet, okay? Hold your politics until after the football, because politics and sport don't ever mix in any way whatsoever. You're not allowed to. Why did the Albanian flag have yellow fringe around it? Does that mean it's just an admiralty nation and not a proper legal one? I don't know. Why are they wearing silly hats? Oh yeah, it's Eastern Europe, of course. Anyway, I'm describing things you can't see, which is, I suppose, sort of the point. But anyway, everything is political. No, it isn't. War isn't political. Religion isn't political. Sport isn't political. Okay, these are just truths that the left refuse to accept. I've said my piece. So yeah, well done to Ireland anyway for knocking out Hungary and getting to the playoffs. Like I say, after 3 games, so halfway through the qualification process, they had 1 point, and they're now going to the qualification to the playoffs, which is fucking mental. I wonder what odds you would have gotten on that after the 3rd game. Fucking ridiculous shit. Anyway. Politics and sport are 100% distinct and not related at all. Well, exactly, yeah. Ignore the fact that we're literally I'm about to watch, and if you're watching along at home, you will also watch the 2 national teams of Albania and England standing there with doing national anthems. That's not politics. It's different. It's just they're just having a sing-song. Okay? Well, if you could, just because they're literally playing and saluting a flag and all that shit, it's not politics. It's not. It's a different third thing. Fact. Anyway, I can't listen to Roy Keane. He's a knob. A fucking excellent midfielder in his day, but a knobhead. Like he has to, he's just a gobby cunt. He has to just do like rent-a-quote shit all the fucking time. I can't share my very important stream streaks. Why is that? Why can't you do that? Has it been stopped? Has it been banned? No, it hasn't. Because Journey and Jordan did it. I still got that on the go. What about when footballers get political after they quit? Is that okay? Only if they're very right-wing. If they're very right-wing, it's allowed, because that's just normal and common sense. But if they're left-wing, then it's evil and bad, and they probably want to destroy the country or something. I think that's how it works. Did I get that right? I think so. We know the English national anthem is a bag of shite, but should we listen to the Albanian one and see if it's any good? I do like a funky whatnot. Who's playing first? Which song? No, they're doing the fucking English one first. Gay! Anyway. Fucking melters. Who the fuck is that? Don't show us people in the crowd we don't know. God almighty. Dan Burn is literally a Neanderthal. You can't convince me otherwise. Does it not have music? Is it a cappella? Albania is just weird. I'm saying it now. It's weird. Oh yeah, God Save the King can do one. Yeah. Is that Pablo Zabaleta on the Albanian bench? Does he work for Albania? He's the assistant manager. He is. I thought I recognised him. He transitioned in 2023. He was appointed as an assistant coach of the Albanian national team, joining the coaching staff under head coach Silvino, another former Man City player. Well, there you go. We'll turn the noise off now. Yeah, I didn't realise that you've got a pair of Man City fullbacks from South America coaching the Albanian national team. You're so clever, Kev, recognising people. No need.
You just assaulted me.
Absolutely no need. What the fuck is that one?
Slapping fannies and killing grannies.
Okay, I need to label that one because that's a bit spicy, that one. As you do. Anyway, it's a global game is the basic point, I think. Why do these games always kick off late, by the way? Ludicrous activity. The Ecuadorian anthem is the best. Do we know that one? Let's have a listen. Wasn't Deriva in the World Cup team when they won in 2002? If I recall correctly. Oh, it's okay, but it's a bit show tune. It's going on a bit fucking much now. Jesus Christ. And we're underway. Boop. Yeah, the Scottish one's pretty cool, actually, to be fair. No, Deriva was not in the 2002 team. He played 12 times for Brazil between 95 and 98. He made one brief substitute appearance in the 1998 World Cup, in which Brazil finished as runners-up. He played 74 times for Middlesbrough. I didn't think he was there that long. There we go. I'm glad we got some Deriva chat in tonight. And having glazed Bellingham before we started, he shanks the ball out of play. First touch.
Something new from the...
Brilliant. Thanks, Jude. See, Albania are a decent team. They can definitely play. Apparently, Salvino described England's success so far in the qualifying as disgusting, which is fucking belting. Oi, Oliver, how you getting on? I hate every national anthem. They're all shit. Well, the concept of the national anthem is shit, but it doesn't mean that the music can't be a good piece of music. There are lots of good pieces of music that stand for things that aren't great. There's a lot of like devotional classical music and stuff, which is like slavish towards a god that I don't personally believe in. But that doesn't mean it's not glorious music. So I admire a good piece of nonsense. I mean, one of my favourite moments of the year is always when they play Abide With Me before the cup final. And if you listen to Abide With Me, it's all about this man who's dying and he's talking to God, basically. And it's incredibly moving, even though it's describing a thing which I think is fucking silly. And actually quite dangerous in some respects. One oughtn't put their medical future in the hands of God, but rather in the hands of medicine. Really. There we go. The EU anthem goes hard. Is it the Ode to Joy, isn't it? Is the EU national anthem, and that is a fucking absolute banger. And so on. Oh, Declan Rice, you cheeky minx. The ball popped up in the box, he took it on the chest and then shot towards the near post. Easy enough save, but it was a good bit of techers. Oh, pardon me. I'm a Liverpool fan and even I hate You'll Never Walk Alone. You hate You'll Never Walk Alone? Oh, that is sacrilegious. That is unacceptable. That is a good piece of music. I'll go to war with you. I'm not even a Liverpool fan, and I will go to war with you on that. It's literally a show tune, exactly. From Carousel, to be specific. Corner to Albania. And it easily dealt with. Fucking dreadful. All the way back to the keeper. Brilliant. See, it's not just England that are knobheads. Oh, for fuck's sake, okay. Having said that Albania can play, that little bit of passing around at the back was fucking embarrassing. Passed it straight out. Have I missed Kev talking about West Ham's anthem to disappointment? Well, I hadn't mentioned it at all, but yeah, it is another belter. Because usually songs are like, we're the fucking best and we're going to win and fuck you, you pieces of shit. Whereas West Ham's is, I'm forever blowing bubbles, pretty bubbles in the air. They fly so high, they reach the sky. But like my dreams, they fade and die. Which is just fucking heartbreaking. What the fuck? This is... You are spending your leisure time watching a football team while singing that song. You are a fucking mentalist. You'd seek help. Oh! Good bit of passing and movement. Kane couldn't quite get it through to Rice. Rice is way more advanced than he usually is for Arsenal. Not that he doesn't get forward for Arsenal, but look, this is... Oh, it's actually well defended, I suppose. Just shield him away from the ball. Again, this is going to become a recurring pattern on these streams, but me going, you don't always have to pass it out from the back. Albania are not fucking prime Barcelona. They're not going to be able to ticky-taka the fucking shit out of anyone. So play to your strengths. Don't try and pass it about at the back. You're going to fucking commit suicide. You daft bastard. You know Harry Kane's right there? One of the most prolific goal scorers in European fucking football. Maybe don't fuck around. West Ham are mentalists, to be fair. West Ham like Bubbles the monkey that much. Well, that was the old joke, wasn't it? Back when Michael Jackson had a monkey called Bubbles. There was, what have West Ham United and Michael Jackson got in common? They both like blowing bubbles. That's a joke about sucking monkey dick. Does it make me bad if I like Jerusalem? I love Jerusalem. Again, you don't have to like everything about an anthem or whatever, you know. But as a piece of music, it's very stirring. And actually, some of the lyricism of it is very good as well. The dark satanic mills and all of that. Jerusalem's a genuine kind of, not necessarily socialist, but a sort of leftist anthem. And it would work much better as an anthem for England, because it actually mentions England in it. Whereas God Save the Queen, /King, /Z, /Zer, /they, them, choose and delete appropriately, doesn't. And is a pathetically slavish, sycophantic drone. It's a dirge. It's shit musically, it's shit lyrically. Only dickheads like it, so just get rid of it. Like, if you're going to have anthems, at least have something stirring. Like the kind of thing that makes you go like, give me a fucking spear. I'm going into battle, bitches. Not the kind of song that makes you want to self-harm. Which is exactly what fucking God Save the King is. Speaking of monkeys, I wonder what the kid who got Harambe shot is up to these days. The kid didn't get the monkey shot. Don't put it on the kid. He was a fucking stupid kid. I hope he's okay. I hope it hasn't traumatised him forever. R.I.P. Harambe. Salutes in chat. Have the fucking East European anthem. It's the only anthem that makes me feel vaguely patriotic. I don't know the East German one. Mainly because East Germany ceased existing when I was like 4 or something, so I never got to hear it played at a sporting event. There you go. Dan Burn gets his Neanderthal fucking bonce on it. Lovely stuff. Dan Burn. Smash. Corner to England. Good stuff. Yeah, Rice really is bombing forward. He's been given the freedom of the park. Adam Wharton on corner duties. John Stones gets done for the foul. I'm not entirely sure why, but yeah. I don't know, they're both bumming the arse off each other. That's 50-50 in my book, but whatevs. The only anthem I salute is for Superman by Goldfinger. I'm not sure I know that one. Silvinho was the first Brazilian to play for Arsenal. Who fucking cares? You can tell how exciting the game is when they're bringing out stats like that. Oh, yellow card early for Ramadani. He's got to be careful. Kev, do you like rugby union? I do indeed like rugby union. I watched some of the Scotland game earlier, but yeah, they rather gave in at the end. And Argentina came back to smash them 33-24. Fucking on. They just don't have the depth, the Scottish team. It's not a 15-man game anymore. You've got to have all the fucking replacements. Was Liam Brady the first Arsenal player to play for Juventus? I've absolutely no idea. Possibly. Can Kane deliver anything? Oh, nearly. Oh, and then Kane, no, not Kane, Rice on the half volley, smashes it over. You kind of don't want these chances falling for Rice. Not that he can't finish at all, but like you prefer Kane on the end of them. People keep blaming Gregor, he's not on the pitch. No, but he is a coach. Like, yeah, the players have to take some responsibility for that, but like, the coach tells them what to do, you know. Like, if the coach has no impact on it, then why even bother employing him? What do you think of the POM squad? Do you mean for the Ashes? I'm not overly optimistic for England in the Ashes, to be honest with you. But I was surprised that the oldness of Australia. They've only got one player in that squad under the age of 30. One. So basically Australia have put their OAP's team out, and they're probably going to fucking win. Bellingham did well defensively there. Not known for his defensive work, really, but did well. Oh! Nearly a belter from Albania. Number 4, whoever the fuck he is, cut in from the right-hand side onto his left and put an absolute fucking screamer. About, could only have been a couple of feet away from that top corner. He almost scored an absolute fucking worlder. Oof. Good effort. Hisage. Well, that's almost certainly not how it's pronounced, but Hisage? Hisage? Like if Hosier is pronounced like that, but it's spelled Hoxha. It's a bit more open than I was expecting from the two of the best defensive teams in Europe, really. England haven't conceded at all in the qualification, and Albania have only conceded 3, 2 of which was to England in the first game. So, like, you're expecting 2 very tight defensive units, and that hasn't quite worked out that way so far. I suppose it changes that both teams know that the result is less important. Not that it's unimportant, of course, because people are still playing to get into a World Cup and so on and so forth. But the actual result doesn't matter fundamentally, because England will finish first and Albania will finish in the playoff spot in second. So that does free you up a little. Dunburn. Eze is a fucking good player. He doesn't run so much as he sort of drifts with the ball, and it never seems to get away from him. Kev, who would you say is the best England player on the pitch currently? Well, probably Harry Kane, I think. For his position, anyway. I mean, the best overall player is Bellingham. But, like, Harry Kane has scored so many fucking goals. England have a decent chance of winning the World Cup, but only with a German manager because English coaches, bar Howe, arguably, are tactically useless. Well, given where Newcastle are in the league right now, I don't know that you would say that Howe is that fucking great either, to be honest. Like, I know it's a bit of a blip in an otherwise pretty good career, but it's a very expensive set of players not doing very well. And again, the coach has to take some of the blame for that. Oh, Bellingham, what are you doing, man? That's 2 misplaced passes now. Overall opinion on the Greece versus Scotland match, anyone? Myself, those 2 goals plus the red card gave me false hope. Well, the thing is, it's weird, but it was a great comeback and it was a fantastic game. And honestly, that Greek keeper kept them in that game as well, right? But Scotland are still in the driving seat, I think. Because, I mean, Denmark are a decent team, but you're at home to Denmark, and if you win, you're through. You know? If not, you go into the playoffs. Scotland are still looking alright for me. There are some holes in that team, to be sure, and they don't have a lot of depth, but they have some fucking good players. McTominay's turned into a bit of a worldie. Gannon Doak is excellent. What's the other? For fuck's sake. I forgot his name now. Oh, my brain hurts, Chad. Anyway, they've got Gilmore. And Andy Robertson at fullback, who's, you know, long in the tooth now, but is still a very good player. And, of course, Birmingham City legend Lyndon Dykes, the battering ram off the bench. So they've got a chance, in my book. Definitely. Game has rather petered out a little bit at the minute. England getting a lot of possession, not doing that much with it. They're quite happy to let England have it relatively deep because they don't think that they can pass through them. Oh no. Almost, well, given away by O'Reilly, but 1 back straight away. And there's an Albanian player down for no reason. Thank you, 255. I appreciate this. Thank you, 255. Very much appreciated. They done you dirty, Kev. They always do. They always do. I get absolutely fucking violated. I get fisted every day on this stream. What do you think of England's chances of winning the World Cup? I mean, pretty good. Not amazing because it's England and we don't fucking win anything. But as a football fan of many years standing now, if you just analyse the quality and depth of each individual team, there's absolutely no doubt that this England squad is exceptionally gifted in midfield, especially. Could argue, other than Kane, are lacking a little bit up front, and defensively there are issues, but there are a lot of very talented players in there. When you've got the likes of Bellingham and Alexander-Arnold, who, you know, struggling to get a game, that does suggest you've got some pretty decent quality in there. Bellingham would be starting every game in virtually any other team in the world, and arguably should be for England as well, but regardless, he absolutely would be for most other competitive teams. So realistically, yeah, we've got a good chance, I think. The problem is it depends on a number of factors. You need a little bit of luck. Everyone does. Every team who's ever won anything had luck on their side. People forget that, of course, when England did win. The only time England ever won anything in 1966, when they won the World Cup, was not only did they have a goal given that wasn't over the line, but in the semi-final, Ratin, the Argentine captain, was sent off for foul and abusive language towards the referee. Back when that was actually treated as a thing, you know. But regardless of that, he didn't speak French, and the French referee didn't speak Spanish. So there's no way the referee understood what he said. So he wasn't sent off for foul and abusive language. He was sent off for his tone of voice. Which last time I checked is not a thing. You can't send someone off for that. So England had some fucking luck in that tournament. Every team does. If the luck's against you, you don't fucking win. So, you know, it depends on the draw you get. Depends on where you have to play. Because again, England players are not used to playing in very hot temperatures. So if we have to go and play lots of our games in fucking Mexico, we're probably fucked. Whereas, we get to go and play in Canada, win-win. And also, there's still loads of the season left as well. So there's injuries to be had and fucking all sorts of crazy shit to go down, yeah. Thoughts on Thomas Tuchel? The football is dreadful that Thomas Tuchel plays. I mean, really fucking tedious. But they've played 6 qualification games, whatever, 7? 7. And have won every single one of them and have not conceded a goal. So in terms of the results, it literally could not be better. You got to, look. Ultimately, I want to win something. So if you can do that, great. True, Jordan Pickford's shit for Everton. Well, not shit, but error prone for Everton. But when he goes to play for England, it does brilliantly. Is BCFC's sports quarter development going ahead? Yes, it is, yeah. So Birmingham City are moving to a new stadium at some point in the not too distant future. Oh, Albania. Getting a bit tasty there, although he was offside apparently. But, yeah, Birmingham City are moving to a new stadium at some point. The spades are about to go in the ground at some point in the near future, so it'll be a few years probably before they actually go there. But it's not just the stadium, there's the whole sports quarter thing. So the government have committed hundreds of millions into the local area, and they're going to build like a specific fucking railway station there, and there's going to be like shopping facilities. It's going to be like a whole fucking thing. To hopefully rejuvenate part of Birmingham. And also the stadium will be ever so slightly closer to where I live than it currently is. Not that it's very far away anyway, but that's by the by. Although I do wonder how we're going to fill a 60,000 seater stadium. That's a bit worrying, but because we don't always fill a fucking 30,000 seater stadium now, so that could be an issue. But if they drop ticket prices, people will go. If. But either way, it's like when we got relegated a couple of seasons back into the third tier, people weren't pessimistic, because for the first time in a long time, we financially were looking like secure for the first time in fucking ages. Why the fuck does Jordan Henderson get any minutes? Well, he's experienced, I suppose. And again, with Tuchel, like, he has a very set idea of the way he wants to play, and obviously Henderson fits into that. And again, you can't argue with the results. You know? Like, Jordan Henderson's a fucking knobhead, because he took Saudi Arabian blood money and all of that shit. But if fucking Jordan Henderson starts every game at the World Cup and we win, I'll be absolutely fucking fine with it. Like, grand, go for it, man. That will be Thomas Tuchel's decisions vindicated and all of that. I suspect it won't quite work that way, but, you know. Plus, this season in the Premier League's been all about the central midfielders that everyone thought was washed. Fucking Granit Xhaka for Sunderland has been Player of the Year so far. I genuinely, I didn't even know before he'd gone to Sunderland this year. I thought he might have retired because he dropped off the radar completely. I think he went back to playing. Did he play in Germany or somewhere? I don't fucking know. And now he's gone to Sunderland, and all of a sudden he's an absolute fucking peak of his powers at the age of like 36 or something. Mad. Madness. And Henderson's been rejuvenated as well. He had a good season at Ajax last year, and now he's at Brentford, isn't he? Playing well. So if you're going to go with, you know, form and all the rest of it, you can't say there are that many midfielders, defensive midfielders that are ahead of him. Yeah, his politics are questionable. What's the capacity of Villa Park? I'm not sure, actually. About 40-odd thousand, 50,000 maybe. I'm not sure. Either way, it was only about a third full when Maccabi Tel Aviv rocked up. No one wanted any part of that smoke. It was just no one wanted any part of it. Had it been an important game, maybe people would have turned up, but fucking group game in the Europa League, you're having a laugh. No one wants to get knifed up for that. Oh, lovely turn by Bowen on the right. Can he get a ball in? No, he can't. It's a lovely turn, though. Look at that, England swarming them. And they're forced to commit a foul against Kane. That could be a booking, but he doesn't look like he's going to. Yeah, England are really swarming around. Every time Albania get the ball, they're just all over them. Hoja! Fucking Enver Hoja fouling Harry Kane. Actually, I don't know his first name's Enver. I'm just, in my mind he is, because every single person in Albania is called Enver Hoja. Okay? Villa Park has a capacity of 43,205. Well, thank you to Alexa for that. Declan Rice to whip in a free kick from a dangerous angle. Good ball! Oh! Don't know, he shouldn't have been heading that back. Head it back towards goal. He is good, Rice. I don't know he's 100 million quid's worth of good, but he is fucking good. Excellent footballer. St James's Park will be 65,000 for the Euros if they don't relocate, that is. So I've been to St James's Park, Newcastle, a long time ago now, to be fair, but it is an incredible stadium. The away fans are right up in the gods, like just tucked away in one corner, right up the top, and you are so far from the action. The players look like little ants on the pitch. It's fucking wild. It's a beautiful stadium, though. And the Geordies are good people. Some of the chillest fucking people, because we were all in blues tops and we went into the city centre. Because basically, the stadium is in the city centre, which is a bit fucking weird. And we thought, oh shit, we're in trouble here. But we were welcomed in. They were having banter with us, and we went into one of the pubs, and they were fucking chill as fuck. And even served us fucking a black bag full of fucking bottles for the train ride home as well. Which is technically illegal because it was not an off licence, but we weren't going to tell, and neither were they. Oh, lovely ball. Bellingham, what can he do? Oh, that's a fucking referee. Oh, good save. So Bellingham was fouled on the edge of the box. That should be a booking. But he managed to get the ball away to Bowen on the right, who a fantastic shot, and it was a really good save. Yeah, that's an excellent save. Strong hand, low to his right. Yeah, good football all round, really. Corner to England. Adam Wharton's on the corners again. Okay. Left-footed outswinger. he's a skinny boy, isn't he? What a little Twinkie boy. Ball in. Oh, free header for... I didn't see who that was. Kwanzaa. A bit of a weak header, really, straight at the keeper. Could have done better with that. But I suppose he did, you know, he did get it back on target, so that's something. You got to test the keeper, see what he's about. Make him earn his money. Obviously, Celtic Park is the best stadium. Come at me, everyone. Celtic Park is a good stadium, no doubt about it. Favourite England player? Do you mean current England player or ever? You are going to have to narrow that down for me, I feel. I love the bit when I think about Ian Lavery in Parliament saying, "This is crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. What are you doing?" Anyway, Kane gets the... Albania winning 1 or 2 of the 50-50s here now. That's a dangerous tackle, actually. That's not good. Who was that? Wharton gets a yellow card. And I think probably rightly. What's in Jamaican? Did it sound Jamaican? Is my accent work that bad? Fair enough. Okay, both. Okay. Okay, we'll do current first then. I've got to say Bellingham. He's a fucking Blues fan, mate. Started at Birmingham. He's got an accent that apparently is less popular than fucking silence. So, you know. Yeah. And that transfer fee we got for him, and the sell-on fucking profit when Dortmund got rid of him as well, or sold him to Real Madrid, basically financially kept their club going. So, yeah, I'll go with Bellingham as my favourite current. And also he's probably the best footballer we have, I think. Anyway. Ever, though. Good lord. There are a number of candidates. Bobby Charlton is pretty good. Bobby Moore's pretty fucking good. Keegan won the Ballon d'Or twice in successive years as well. I could stick with the Birmingham City theme and go Trevor Francis. Now I'll go Bobby Moore. Fuck it. World Cup winning captain. Let's have some. Again, you can't argue with results. Gaza was fucking excellent, but did play for Rangers, so, you know, Bellend. Did also batter his wife, Bellend, and threw away some of the good years of his career on being a pisshead. So, you know. Not ideal, but a very, very talented footballer. What about Beckham? Beckham was fucking good too, yeah? For a very long time as well. Like, he gets sort of pigeonholed as a kind of crosser and passer of the ball. But he was a much better footballer than that. People forget the hard work he put in defensively. He was a really good all-round player. I don't know that I'd have him the exact same, but, you know. Did Gaza ever play for the Hammers? As in West Ham United? No, he didn't. No. Listening to you, Kev, I find it interesting that football has a totally different language to anything else. I suppose other sports do too. Yeah, I guess so. George Best. Fuck knows where that wire's got crossed. What? What are you talking about? The only reason George Best scored the final hat-trick, Greaves broke his leg. Jeff Hurst. Oh, okay. Yeah. True. Yes, Jeff Hurst's famous hat-trick. Although, of course, now he's not the only person to have scored a hat-trick in a World Cup final. But he is still the only one that scored a hat-trick in a World Cup final and won that final. Because, of course, Kylian Mbappe scored a hat-trick in the last World Cup final and lost. Which is a bit gutting for him, the lad. Imagine that, you put 3 in the final and end up on the losing team. Fucking hell. By the way, this game has been a bit shite. Which is why we're talking about fucking Jimmy Greaves breaking his leg. Kev, is it true that you play for Leeds? No? Or Bellingham to Rice? He was offside anyway, but he was well saved. Is that a reference I should get? Is it true you play for Leeds? I don't know what you mean, it's the Morton. You've gone mad. Jeff Hurst is one of 3 World Cup winners from the area of Greater Manchester, which I live in. Who are the other 2 then? Presumably Nobby Stiles? Would be one of the others, I would think. Who else played for Man United? Or indeed Man City in that team? Ball? Was it Alan Ball as well? Those are my guesses. Also, I didn't know that Jeff Hurst was from Manchester anyway. I thought he was a Londoner, but... Gazza is overrated, did nothing in Italy and went to Scotland where he ran rings around average defenders. I think that's unfair. I think, you know, when it comes to the highest level, Gazza, in 1990, he was electric. And again, people get remembered largely for their, you know, what they do at the international stage. Maradona is so well conceived of, not just because he was brilliant in a number of ways, but in 1986, he won a World Cup. Now, I don't mean that he was a part of a team that won a World Cup. I mean, he won a World Cup. There are teams throughout history where you could take their best player out and replace them with an average player and they'd probably still win. That was not the case in 1986. Diego Armando Maradona won a World Cup. Simple as that. And so, yeah, Gazza came as close as any Englishman since '66 to doing that in 1990. And in 1996, when he was past his best, really, was fucking excellent in that Euros. I still remember he sat... I mean, the Scots in the audience weren't like this, but that goal against Scotland, he literally took a fucking Premier League winner in Colin Hendry and sat him down like he was a fucking babby, and then smashed it home at Wembley. Just mad stuff. For a fat, bloated, drunken cokehead to be able to do. Incredible shit. So I think you're being harsh on a footballing level to the man. Oh, I was wrong on both counts. Jimmy Armfield, who I don't think technically should count as a World Cup winner. He was part of that squad, but that's not how it worked back in the day. There was one substitute. Unless you were in the first 11, you didn't even get a medal. I remember when they gave a pity medal to fucking Greaves. It was embarrassing to say. And Simone Perotta for Italy, who of course was born in Manchester, and I totally forgot that. Yeah. Well, there you go. Gazza can piss off for that alone. Come on now, we're not doing this. We're not doing silly like partisanship or whatever at the minute. We can accept that he was a good footballer even if you didn't like him. That's fine. Because again, it's not politics. Hang on, did Bellingham swap his shirt at half time? Does he know he's coming off at half time then? Is that what's happened? I don't know. But either way, it's half time and it's 0-0 and this is a fucking shit game. There's a statue of all three of them outside Ashton United Stadium. Really? Well, there you go. I don't think there are any World Cup winners from Birmingham, are there? Well, until Bellingham wins this summer, obviously. Or next summer, technically, you know. Anyway, yeah, it's half-time, 0-0. Fucking dreadful game of football. But there we go. Let's have a look at some of the other results. Or indeed scores, because there are live games going on. Yeah, Ireland won 3-2. Fucking amazing shit. Portugal smashed Armenia 9-1, which is very funny because Armenia equalised in that game. It was 1-1 at one point. Portugal won 9-1. Yeah, very worthwhile. France are currently 3-1 up against Azerbaijan. Oh my god. Fucking Azerbaijan took the lead in that game. Didn't last long, but there you go. Mateta. Honestly, where do Crystal Palace keep digging these fuckers up from? Elise, Mateta, they just... Milivojevic, if you remember him as well. They take fucking raggedy shithouse centre forwards that no one fancies and turn them into world-class fucking knobheads. How do they keep doing it, chat? They can't keep getting away with this. And Iceland and Ukraine are 0-0 at half-time. Oh, and in England's group, Latvia are 1-0 up in Serbia. Which is a betting scam. 100% that's a betting scam. Mark my words, chat, that will come out. Because Latvia are a fucking dog shit. I'm just saying. Don't shoot the messenger. If you're Latvian in chat, deal with it. Cope and or seethe. They could have been called Gazabajan. Brazerbaijan. Oh my god, you fucking people. The police should have let Gaza meet up with Raoul Moat. Raoul is a hero? What the fuck? What has happened in chat? Ugh. Completely unrelated to anything. Okay? I just played that because no reasons at all. I can't think of any reasons why that would have happened. Totally unconnected to anything. Israel play later on against Moldova, which is a bit annoying because Israel will win that game, but yeah. And then it's Italy, Norway. What's the group looking like there? Can Italy come back? Well, not really. No, is the answer. No. Italy would have to win in Norway by, what's the goal difference looking like? 17, so it would be 9 goals. They'd have to win by 9 clear goals to take the first spot, which they will not do. So it'll be Norway going through automatically, and then Italy in the playoffs. Haaland hat-trick, very possibly. The motherfucker just scores against everyone. How many goals is he on for the season now? Do we know? Hang on. Erling Braut Haaland. Just give me the stats for this season. I don't give a fuck about all of this shit. He is currently on... Jesus Christ, he's on 19 goals from how many games in total? 15. He has got 19 goals in 15 games in all competitions and for his national team. He's scoring better than a goal a game. Which is, you know, that's pretty good. You gotta say that, chat, haven't you? You gotta say that. Excellent stuff. Again, another player born in England, just like Perrotta. He should have played for England, Haaland. You fucking googly-eyed mutant. Why am I being rude to him? He seems like a nice lad. An ugly cunt though. Come on now. Like a really, really munted bastard though. Like, let's be honest, he's got very much the Peter Crouch situation going on. If he hadn't been a professional footballer, he would have been a virgin. Okay? Facts. You know it. I know it. Sorry, your stream got nuked yesterday, Kev. Well, only on YouTube. I got a strike for copyright. But as it was a first offence, they let me do a training thing where you get given a series of like 7 questions. And they're all really obvious. Like, if so, like they come up with a false name, like Jane wants to stream her favourite musical artist, but she doesn't get permission first. Is this okay under terms of service or not? And you have to answer the question correctly to get the thing. And if you get all of the questions right, then you're allowed to continue to upload fucking videos for a week. Whereas if you don't, the strike means it gets taken down and you're then like banned from uploading or streaming for a week. Peter Crouch is weirdly handsome though. No, he isn't. Peter Crouch is a monkfish. He's a fucking penguin. Peter Crouch looks like a normal person in the Hall of Mirrors. Behave yourself. If you think Peter Crouch is attractive, seek medical intervention. The opticians at the very least. Schmunted. I mean, look at this. As if I'm in any position. Fuck's sake. I don't want to listen to Roy Keane. I'm muting that shit. This stream isn't showing in my subs, etc. Oddly enough, your profile isn't even listed as live when I look at it, even though you clearly are. Weird. That's because YouTube are dog shit. YouTube are poo. A damn good footballer though. What, Peter Crouch? He was all right. He scored goals. He was fine for a long time as well, you know. But it's handsome flexing again. That is true. Because I'm such a natural, beautiful creature, you know. Live but not alive. Shit on the Villa keeper on. Yes! Go on, Wit. Do I know D Wit? Are you a new person here? I don't know. Either way, yes. Another blue nose in chat. Let's fucking go. I'm a Brummy Adonis. That is entirely... Well, that is 50% correct, and I'll let you decide which one's which. Crouch had a decent amount of skill for a stick insect. True. Like, to see Peter Crouch move as, like, just a creature, just existing, you would think that there's no way this person, this thing, is a professional athlete. There's no way this person earns their money as an athlete. Except, like, there's the occasional person who's, like, a centre in basketball, who's like, if you're 7 feet tall, you don't have to be able to actually play basketball to play basketball, right? You just have to stand there and get rebounds. score the odd basket like from an inch away. That sort of thing. And Peter Crouch could have been that, maybe. He's one of the original memes for that bicycle kick. True. He did score the occasional worldie. That is true. How tall is Peter Crouch? Well, famously, his nickname is 2 Meter Peter. Because he's like 6'7" or something. Which is 2 meters. My notifications have been well glitchy for days now. Well, yeah, the YouTube are shit in a number of ways. Their system does glitch out like that, but what it doesn't do is fuck around with in terms of being able to upload or edit stuff. So it's much more focused on potentially on the user being able to have that interface rather than the sort of more technical bits and bobs of like giving you notifications, which like the whole point of the original subscription was that you wanted to be notified when someone uploaded a video. So you would subscribe because you wanted to be able to go back to that person's channel. You wanted to be told, oh, this person's uploaded a video. So now that system broke down so fucking quickly that they come up with this, oh, ring the bell button, which is essentially the same thing, but which also doesn't fucking work. Who was the guy who played for Monaco? Loads of players played for Monaco. Thierry Henry, Philippe Mexes, fucking Ludovic Julie, Shabani Nanda, Paul Lambert did, yeah. Not just that, Paul Lambert, the first ever British player to play in a Champions League final and to win a Champions League as well. When he played for Borussia Dortmund in like 94 or something. How's it going? I'm watching Monkey Dust because I don't understand football. That's fair enough. I imagine the crossover between Monkey Dust and football fanaticism is, yeah, I imagine there's not a huge amount of like overlap in those circles. You know why England had to get the fuck out of Albania for this game? Returns agreement. Probably. Trying to think of the best Scottish player. Currently McTominay or Gannon-Doak. Ever Jinky or Gemmell. Really? You wouldn't go with like Souness? Not Souness, fuck's sake, Dalglish. Souness was also good, but look, Kenny surely either Dennis Law or Kenny Dalglish have to be the best Scottish player of all time. Surely. There's no way you're having Gemmell. Birmingham City football legend Archie Gemmell. No, not a chance. Law for me. Oh, I wonder why. No, Bellingham's out for the second half. So Bellingham gave his shirt away at half time. He swapped shirts with the Albanian lad and has come out in a different shirt, presumably. It's obviously exactly the same, but it's, I think, a different piece of material. That's embarrassing. Look, how much of a fucking shithouse have you got to be to ask for the bloke's fucking shirt at half time? That's embarrassing. Don't do that. Do footballers really eat oranges at half time? No, not really. It was something of a meme back in the day about halftime oranges or whatever. And Keir Starmer hasn't really been a culture vulture since like 1991. So for him, that was still a thing, I think. Which is why he mentioned it at conference. Cutting the halftime orange. Like, you are a fucking briefcase. Shut up. Oh, briefcase. I keep forgetting to put that on the fucking... Oh, God. Someone remind me, chat, to put fucking briefcase on the... It's the clip from In-Betweeners where they go, ooh, briefcase. And I want to have it on the fucking soundboard. So if someone wants to cut that out for me and post it in the Discord under the soundboard bit, that would be most appreciated. King Kenny was born winner. Kenny Dalglish was a superb footballer, yeah. Absolutely. Really silky skill. And the thing you got to bear in mind, when you see guys who were able to do what they were able to do, the likes of Pele or whoever, people who played, say, pre-1990, when you could be allowed to just hack people to pieces, if you were able to actually, like, skillfully get around players when they were able to just boot you to pieces, you were fucking good. Because, like, Ronaldo or Messi make it look easy now because players aren't just allowed to just fucking kick shit out of them. Actually, having mentioned England's luck in 1966, Pele, having his fucking legs basically broken, I don't think he technically did break his legs, but he was injured, so he didn't play in 1966. Or didn't play much. I think, did he play in the first game or something and got injured? Because players were able to just hoof you into pieces. To quote the great maxim from Jackie Charlton, the ball might get past me, the man might get past me, but not both. That was defending back then. What was I going to say? And actually, that's why I wouldn't have Souness in that top rank, because Souness was a fucking monster. You see some of the tackles he used to produce. They, like, literally, that wasn't football. That was just assault. He would literally just, like, fucking cut people in half. Just scissor tackle people or go studs first into their legs. Oh, the timer's paused. Oh, fuck. Well, it's virtually pointless bothering now with the timer, but fuck it, we're gonna. It's gonna be a few minutes behind, but who cares? No, it's only 2.5 minutes behind. Who cares? Maradona was hacked to pieces back in the day. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. And again, in 1986, when you were still allowed to hack people to death, he was able to dance around motherfuckers. He floated like a butterfly and stung like a bee and punched one of the goals in. I mean, it happened, okay? Come to fucking terms with it. I think I've already glazed him enough. It has to be said. Oh, decent effort from Albania. Turned away. Corner. Where's the thing gone? Hang on. I'm looking on the Discord and I can't see the Did someone get rid of it? Mods. I can't find the soundboard. No, I can't find the soundboard anymore. I don't know what's going on there. If you can link that to me, Madcat, that'd be cool. The Coke was for pain relief. No. Oh no, Albania. Oh, that's an awful effort. The number 21, whoever the fuck he is, was free on the left in the box. And, hey, blue slag in the crowd. Love it. But fired straight at the keeper. That was awful. England's defending needs to improve there. That is. Paisley was the first Liverpool manager to win the European Cup. Indeed so. Indeed so. Yeah, I'll be going live with No Justice at 7. So just after the football. I should have just enough time to go and take a quick piss and maybe grab a drink or something and then be back on. I'll put you on the stream's about to start page for like 2 minutes in between or whatever. But this game better fucking improve. Jesus Christ. This is dull, 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 dull. It's almost like this is a dead rubber in a heavily congested fucking fixture packet. Packet? That's not a word. Well, it is a word, but it's not an appropriate word. Fixture schedule. And so the players don't really give that much of a fuck. They're just trying to not get injured. Dan Burn. Me use my head to ball. Ah, Dan Burn. He looks like a Neanderthal. I don't know if I've mentioned that. He's a good defender though, but oh. Again, you can tell it's a quiet one when I'm pulling out the Dan Burn material before the hour mark. Fucking hell. Albania are determined to pass it around at the back. England are swarming them and they force the keeper to go long. Yeah. This is fucking turgid, man. Fucking hell. Come on, lads. Do literally anything, for fuck's sake. Ugh. I like the referee's allowing things to go a little bit. He's not pulling them up for the little ticky-tacky fucking stupid fouls. Which aren't fouls, I mean, that's the point. Having mentioned Graham Souness trying to fucking murder people, I do feel the game has gone a little bit too far the other way. Does he give a handball there? Yeah, free kick to Albania. Kev, do you see a goal happening at all? Oh, yeah, I mean, look. There's attacking quality on both sides. And it only takes, like, the briefest moment for it to happen. Both teams could have scored already. Both teams have had chances. Not brilliant chances, but chances. Yeah, I can definitely see a goal happening. I just don't feel like it's going to be like a goal fest or anything. My favourite was Frank Stapleton. I had duplicates. Okay. Fair dues. I have fond memories of collecting football stickers without knowing anything about football. Loved getting a shiny. I used to love. Yeah, I was all about the Panini stickers back in the day. Yeah, the shinies were fucking excellent, man. Love that shit. I remember getting a Nigel Martin shiny. Nigel fucking Martin. How times have changed. Oh, brilliant ball. Oh! Excellent ball from... didn't see who it was from, but it went to Eze, who took a good first touch, shot, and he was well saved. Bellingham, look at that. That's a beauty. Lovely control on the outside of the foot. Scuffs his shot a little bit, to be fair, but it was on target and the keeper had to make a save. Corner to England. He could have squared it for Kane, but like you can't knock someone trying from there. That's a good chance. Wharton again, left-footed outswinger. Wharton clips it in. Oh, off Bellingham and then into the keeper's arms. Thank you to whoever that was that made noise happen, by the way. Thank you, Jaegermonster01, for following. Welcome to the Kevolution, although it's mainly football related at the moment. We will be doing the politics later. Do not worry yourself about this. Oh, that's a point, actually. I haven't changed the fucking thing, have I? Boop. Fuck it, I'll do it live. It's not like there's literally anything happening in the football. I might as well do some fucking admin. What are we going with? Well, that's a good one. Boom. Actually, that might get done for cop. Oh, fuck's sake. Fuck it, we'll just go with that one then. You know how sensitive the SJWs are at fucking Twitch. Oh, did he just elbow Bellingham in the face? VAR might want to have a look at that, but either way, it's a free kick to England on the right hand side. Declan Rice is quite sort of ruggedly handsome with his beard on. Good deep ball. Falls to Bellingham. Oh, and he scuffs it over. To be fair, he was falling over, but still off balance. Decent chance. Dan Burn gets his big fucking head on it. Hits off the back of his own heel, I think. And then pops up to Bellingham, who's falling over. Yeah, he sort of slips as he was hitting it, which is a shame. So, still 0-0. I usually watch on YouTube under the name Ginger Yeti. Oh, hello. Much love to you. Always good to have you on board on both of the platforms. It's free. But you can also give me money if you wanted to, chat. That is a thing that you can do in the form of bits and subs and subscriptions and super chats and fucking stickers and celebrations on screen are a thing or something. Oh, John Stone's down. God, he's got some minging tats on his leg. He looks in a bit of pain. What happened? Yeah. Oh, fell on his hip. And it's at that age where he might need a hip replacement now, because he's fucking crusty. Gazza used to taunt the Celtic fans mimicking playing the flute. Yeah, Gazza's a twat, yeah. As a person, yeah, he's a dickhead. An absolute moron. But as a footballer, he was excellent. Yeah, Blues flag in the. There's always a fucking Birmingham City flag, England flag in the stands. Always. At World Cups, there's 2 or 3. You can always spot them. Beautiful stuff. So this is what I mean. No other team in the world can take off fucking Eberechi Eze and replace him with Phil Foden. Like, what other team has that kind of depth that they're able to bring on Phil Foden and Bukayo Saka at the hour mark? Again, that quality of player starts in virtually every other midfield in the world. That's a serious embarrassment of riches in midfield. / forward players, you know. Is Birmingham City a young team, Kev? Yeah, there are some young players in there, but there's plenty of experience too. They're actually a decent mix. They're just not quite strong enough in the middle of the park. They get bullied around a little bit. They're not quite ready to challenge at the top end of that division yet. Which is why I feel we'll probably finish somewhere mid-table, but set ourselves up nicely for the following year. Oh, the clock's gone a bit mental. The fuck's all that about? Hang on. There we go. Oh. There we go. Fuck yes. I am a fucking champion. Honestly, I'm such a gifted technical. Who the fuck was that Albanian keeper passing that to? Because he was nowhere near a red shirt. Fucking insane. I don't know what he was trying to do there. Oh, Bellingham on the edge of the box. Through to... Is that Saka? Oh, that's poor. Bukayo Saka's first touch was good, and then his second touch on the field, straight to the keeper. Yeah, that's rubbish. I've got to do better than that. Like, you can say, oh, we hit the target, but like, you're a quality player, you can do a lot better than that. I hate it when these little muggy cunts come up with and they start fucking... They get up and start asking for a yellow card on the opposition. Like, well, don't do that. I hate it when anyone does it, but like at the international level, like you play for Albania, comport yourself with some fucking dignity. You are representing millions of people. Don't be a bitch. Kane, Bellingham and Foden can't play together. Well, that's this generation's. Lampard and Gerrard will never work together. Just muggy shit. The words of Maltoids. All cross straight into Henderson's arms. Because in case you hadn't seen on the scrolling thing, Henderson starts in goal today. Not Jordan Henderson, obviously. Dean Henderson of Crystal Palace. Pickford given the night off, because again it's a dead rubber. So it's been treated a little bit like a friendly, I suppose. Oh, ball given away cheaply there. But again, England swarming back. Oh, he's done well there, the Albanian lad. Gets a cross in. Oh, deflected up in the air. Yeah, and then sliced into the crowd. You fucking donkoid. Number 10. You're a fucking donk. Like the Swedish team, overpaid babies. The Swedish team? What the fuck has happened to that team? They've got 1 point from, was it 6 or 7 games in this qualification so far? They're not going to the World Cup, obviously. But, like, they've humiliated themselves. Because that's not, like, a very scary... Oh, that's awful. What the fuck are you doing? Henderson had to come out and win the ball there. Fuck me, that was terrible. Again, passing it out from the back. If you're going to be sloppy, it might just be best putting your foot through the fucking ball. Oh, that's a lovely pass out onto the right. If you can keep that in, yep. Nice interchange there. Gets it to Wharton. Oh, long distance effort. Blocked out. England pressing. Got plenty of people forward. Oh, he's been fouled there. They've retained possession though. Can they do anything? Plenty of space to get the ball in there. And he's hit the fucking man, obviously. Oh, lovely flick. Oh, it's got a... Oh, fucking... How has he not scored there? There was an absolutely audacious little flick from... I didn't even see who did it. Was it Foden? Possibly. And it fell to Eze in the end. And it looked like he just had to sort of tickle it around the keeper. But he scuffed it. Ah, now it's a free kick to Albania at the other end. Show me a replay. I want to see the flick again. Oh no, they're going to show Henderson. Okay. It's a good tackle, actually. Thank you, JagerMonster01, for subscribing with Prime. Much love to you, you little legend. What's happening now? Oh, there are 2 Albanians down on opposite sides of the field. What the fuck was Saka doing there? Look, he gets flicked through to him and he, rather than shooting, he kind of squares it to nobody. Very strange, man. An absolutely munted training ground effort from Albania. Ends up with a foul. Free kick to England. Is Kasper Schmeichel 39? Good God. As if there are people older than me still playing. Fuck. And it has to be said, right, controversial or not, I think Kasper Schmeichel has to be put ahead of Peter Schmeichel now. Because of the longevity. Peter Schmeichel's peak wasn't actually that long. Whereas Kasper Schmeichel was at the top of his game for like fucking 10, 15 years. So there you go, there's your hot take for the evening, chat. Fucking dreadful game of football. Oh, I don't know why. Well, the Albanians give away a corner for no reason there. The ball was just going out anyway. Has Kev ever been a ceremonial officer of a church, college, or similar institution? That is a very weird question. No, is no, basically. Beadle. Oh, fuck off. Just, no. No need. No need at all. I was an altar boy in a church. Does that count as a ceremonial officer? I don't think so, but... Right, Saka to take the corner. Left-footed in-swinger. Plenty forward for it. Oh! It's there! Yes! Fuck yes! Harry Kane scuffs it in from about 3 inches away. The corner was actually shit. Technically, he hit the first man, but he only managed to get a flick onto it, which the keeper then sort of scuffed with his own legs, and Harry Kane tapped it in from literally from like inches away. Fuck yes. Go on, lads. Vindaloo indeed. Oh no, actually no. To be fair, Kane got there before the keeper. So actually, it's just a good piece of fox in the box centre forward play. Although what the fuck the defenders are doing, leaving one of Europe's best goal scorers completely unmarked, a yard out, is beyond me. But there we go. It's another goal for Harry Kane. Another goal further clear of everybody else in English football history. I suspect he will set a record that will never ever be equalled. Because he could play for another 4 or 5 years and score another God knows how many. Off comes Wharton and on comes Anderson. Looks like it went off the keeper to me. No, I think Kane got a touch on it. I'm giving it to Kane. I don't fucking care. I don't care what the history books say. I think they have given it to Kane anyway, but... Chance for England on the counter. Oh, well. I think a goal up, they're happy to just pass it around a bit. There's no need to push the pace. Albania have to come out now. There's only a quarter of an hour left. And again, it looks like they might very well set that record. And again, there has never been a European qualification in which a team has played 6 or more games, in which they've won all of the games and not conceded. And England are currently on pace to do exactly that, if this result remains. Rashford's on, and he's on the left there, cutting in, cutting back again. Whips in, oh, too heavy really. It's a good line, but it was just too much on it. But he looks rejuvenated. He's gone to Barcelona, and other than that one game he missed because he overslept, he's been very good. Oh, lovely from Kane. Oh, and Saka cuts it back, and it was well defended. But Harry Kane, again, he scores goals, but he's got the lovely little touch in and around the box like that. And I don't even mean that in the double entendre that he could be taken as, but that's just a bonus. Oh, Kane round the corner again. Foden on the ball. Deflected. Is that going to go out for a corner? No, he saved it. Out for a throw-in. But England definitely pressuring. That really is a lovely little flick from Kane. Yeah, England look in control now. They're very efficient. You got to give them that. They don't fuck around. Sorry, a little sneezy poo. Oh, they're starting to zip it about now, England. They're starting to play Olay football. And someone just thrown something on the pitch. Some dopey cunt from the stand just threw... Is that a cup or something? Wasn't until I started broadcasting that I realised that a sneeze has like so much impact on your nose. Slight like adjustments in phlegm and stuff really affect your ability to speak clearly, which I never noticed before. Bellingham picks up a yellow card. Pretty obvious. I mean, he wanted to stop the attack, so brings his player down. Yeah, you take the yellow card, whatever. It's one for the team. Oh, and that's Broha, the former Chelsea player. Is he at Burnley now? He was technically born in England, wasn't he? He was born in fucking Slough or somewhere. Oh, good cross, but the header balloons over. Goal kick to England. Have you seen the Ireland game this afternoon? I did indeed, Leckers. I started off the stream with the Ireland winner. Fucking beautiful. Again, it just shows you, After 3 games, so halfway through the qualification, they had 1 point and looked dead and buried. Go and win 3 on the fucking bounce, including beating Portugal and then going to Hungary and winning. And they're in the playoffs now and could make it to the first World Cup since 2002. Which is like way too long. Way too long. Come on, Ireland. Let's have you. Same with Scotland. It's been too long now, lads. 1998 was the last Scotland one, which is just too long. Scotland is a proper football country. We were just talking about the likes of fucking Dalglish and Souness and Law and fucking players like that. And they've got McTominay, who is literally the first Scottish player to receive votes in the Ballon d'Or this year since fucking Ali McCoist in 1987, the year I was born. Like, come on, come on Ireland, but also come on Scotland. Your time is now. Let's not fuck around. You gotta get into the World Cup. And you never know, you get a decent draw. It could be the first time that Scotland get out of the group of the World Cup, which would be dope. Great ball, Kane, 2-0. That's a belter. Proper football. Rashford. Reinvigorated Rashford on the right-hand side. Cuts back in on his right. Whips in a fucking beautiful delivery. And Harry Kane doing what Harry Kane does. You give him the ball anywhere near the goal, he scores. Bang, bang, 2-0. Fuck yes. Absolutely lovely stuff. That's the way to do it. Proper centre-forward play. He scored 2 goals from a combined distance of about 5 yards out. That's what you got to do, though. You get him the ball anywhere near the goal, he's going to fucking score. Like I say, the combined distance of the 2 goals he scored, well, it's probably more like 8-9 yards out combined. Perfect. Fox in the box. Lovely stuff. 2 goals, 3 points, proper football. Let's go. And just like that, Harry Kane, having done not a lot in the game, has won the game. Perfect. He's like a slightly better version overall of like what Haaland does. Erling Haaland can be in a game and you don't notice him. He does nothing and then bang, 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 hat-trick from nowhere. Bellingham coming off. He's had a good run out. Here's he being replaced by Rodgers. Is Rodgers actually a Brummie? I know he plays for the Villa, but... Well, from Hales Owen. So we'll classify that. That's close enough. So one Brummie off for another. So we're making... So we could have 2 World Cup winners from Birmingham by the end of next summer. Let's go. You never know. If Joe Bellingham manages to scrape his way into that squad, you could have a 3rd. Souness and Dalglish deserve... Well, I will say Dalglish deserved a Ballon d'Or. I'm really not sure about Souness, to be honest. Very good footballer, don't get me wrong, but like the Ballon d'Or is something a little bit different. I think you've got to be a little bit more of a footballer and not just stamping on people. Kane or Haaland will win the Ballon d'Or this time, I think. Possibly. Like, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure Dembele really deserved the Ballon d'Or this year. I think he's the weakest Ballon d'Or candidate since Cannavaro. And again, that's not to knock either himself or Cannavaro, both very, very fine footballers. But if you're winning the Ballon d'Or, you really should be better than that, I think. But yeah, Kane or Bellingham for the Ballon d'Or is not a bad shout. Especially if one of them makes, you know, say the final of the European Cup or something like that. Or indeed if one of them wins a World Cup or gets close to it. which again is not impossible. He doesn't like taking Kane off, does he? Like, why is Kane still playing? I suppose he might be thinking he wants a hat-trick, I guess. I don't know. Possibly. But you've got to bear in mind, like, he's not young anymore. He's not old, but he's not young. And he does have a history of injuries and stuff. And it's a long season before the World Cup, so... In all honesty, he could have given him the night off. Which sounds like silly, because he scored 2 goals, right? But it would have been potentially an opportunity for someone else. But, you know. Look at that, they're scared of Rashford. They try and put 2 on him every time he gets the ball. Fucking hell. I've heard of man marking, but double man marking is ridiculous. Oh, the ref's letting stuff go. I'll give him that. He's been fairly consistent, the ref. He hasn't made too much of a fuss of himself, so he's let things go and, you know. A decent performance all round, really. Lovely ball out to... Is that Saka on the right-hand side, I think? Oh, some good one-touch football. So England can play. Mind you, Albania can play a bit as well. You got to give them that. They've had their moments. I mean, you don't massively fancy them in the playoffs, really, but it's a 2-legged game against, you know, another team that aren't fantastic, so it's always possible. It's a bit of a lottery. You could even say Salah deserved a Ballon d'Or. I think, yeah, Salah definitely did. Salah absolutely did, yeah. But there have been loads of players. This is the thing. There have been loads of players who deserved a Ballon d'Or and didn't get one. Thierry Henry never got one. Fucking madness. Neither Xavi or Iniesta got one. The 2 best fucking central midfielders of their generation couldn't get a sniff. And yet Luka Modric gets one. Fabio Cannavaro gets one. Freddie Eastwood didn't get one. Well, his was a bit more of a long shot effort, really. I'm glad Neymar didn't get one, because a lot of people were pushing for that, but I think he's massively overrated. Again, not to say he's a bad player, because he wasn't, but overrated. The fact that he's still the world record transfer fee and will remain so for quite some time. I don't think teams want to spend that kind of money anymore. Is it £225 million? Fucking insane. Messi, Jordan Peterson disapproves. Fucking hell. I've said my piece. 5 minutes of added on time, which will take us almost to the hour. So I'll have a couple of minutes to be able to go and do my thing. Or has he fucked his leg up? The Albanian lad. They're stretchering him off. He looks in a lot of pain. Now, whatever you do, don't drop him. They have not dropped him so far. And the game's underway. Okay. We're now very much in the dead minutes of a dead game. But don't forget, you can give me money in the form of bits and subs and subscriptions and super chats. You can, chat. I believe in you. And then politics. Yes, we're doing politics after this. Well, like I say, I will be taking a 2-minute break to go for a piss. So my post-match analysis, I'll just do it now. England are pretty good. I'm going to call it that they broke the record. That they're the first team ever to do the full qualification, winning every game and keeping clean sheets in all of them. Not conceding a single goal. Which is very fucking impressive. Even if the style of football is not beautiful. Rashford's fucking torturing him out on that right wing. I can't get near him. He's only been on the pitch fucking 5 minutes and he's got an assist, or 10 minutes I suppose. Got an assist and absolutely fucking running his fullback ragged. He is rather good. Oh, Kane, can he get his hat-trick? Oh! Fired it across goal. I think he took a deflection. Because he... Hang on, he's jinking his way through. Yeah, he did take a deflection. Otherwise, it was going into that far corner. I gotta say, I don't like Harry Kane wearing the pink boots. It's not for me, love. Do any players wear black boots anymore? I don't think they do. Rashford. Oh, beautiful effort. Cuts in from the right. Gets his foot around it, bends it, and it's just wide of the far post. He took a deflection as well, and he's not give the corner. Bell end. Ah well. With less than a minute left, who gives a fuck? Serbia 1-2-1. Not good for them. It doesn't matter. They're fucking done. They're not going to the World Cup. Lol. I want the Brazilians to always be the best footballists. Why? They've had lots of success. They can fucking do one. It's about time they've had a fucking shithouse team. Like, just consider it karma for the fact that they elected Jair Bolsonaro. Like that, it echoes of karma in the fact that you've now got, like, their best player is Rafinha. Eesh. A guy who used to play for fucking Leeds United. Like, ugh, that's the best you can do. Behave yourself. And yeah, I am needlessly ragging on Leeds United for no real reason. England still probing. Still probing and pushing. Kane with an effort from distance, scuffed wide. That should be that, I think. Yep. He blows the whistle for full time. 2 mother-flipping-0. Excellent stuff. Efficient, effective, sexual. Yeah, good game. Good game. GG. Oh, anyway, well, I did my wrap up during the game. So England have made history. First ever team to do it. Good for them. Good for us. Good for everyone. I approve this message. And yeah, Ireland fucking bossing it in Hungary. Amazing scenes. Limbs for the ages. On that point, I'm going to send. I'm going to go for a quick piss. Okay, so yes, I'll be back with No Justice to do politics and that in like 3 minutes. So I'll put you on the opening bit and see you in a minute.
Vanished without a trace, but battalions of fascists to dream of the master race. The history books they tell of their defeat in 45. They all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. They say the prisoner of Spandau was a symbol of defeat. Whilst Hess remained in prison, then the fascists they would beat. So the promise of an Aryan world would never materialize. So why did they all come out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died? The world is riddled with maggots. The maggots are getting fat. They're making a tasty meal of all the bosses and bureaucrats. They're taking over the boardrooms and they're fat and full of pride. And they all came out of the woodwork on the day the Nazi died. So if you meet with these historians, I'll tell you what to say. Tell them that the Nazis never really went away. They're out there burning houses down and peddling racist lies. And we'll never rest again until every Nazi dies.
Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Woke up one morning and there were soldiers. The invasion had begun. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Lend me your shoulder, we'll stand together. But I feel my time has come. And if I die here for the resistance, oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. And if I die here for the resistance, you must lay me in my grave among the flowers upon the mountain. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Among the flowers upon the mountain, let me rest among the brave. Someday the people will pick the flowers. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Someday the people will pick the flowers and they will remember my name. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of the resistance. Oh, bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. This is the flower of the resistance and those who died for liberty. This is the flower of our resistance and those who died for liberty.
come in here to dwell.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
My daddy was a miner and I'm a miner's son, and I'll stick with the Union till every battle's won.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
They say in Harlan County there are no neutrals there. You'll either be a Union man or a thug for J.H. Blair.
Which side are you on? Which side are you on?
Hello, 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 hello. Yes, Bebeto and Romario. Lovely team. That team in '94 were pretty good, actually, to be fair. Anyway, we're not talking about football. We're talking about politics. Because, as we said, politics and sport never mix. So, yeah, facts. Anyway, we're doing what do you call it? Fucking award-winning gerbalism. Laura Mother Flipping Koonsberg. Is Troy Parrott the best number 7 ever? I think it's too early to tell. He's only in his early to mid 20s. You give him time, we'll see. Yeah, Mahmood's scum. Simple as that. Simple as that, chat. Which we'll get onto at some point, I'm sure. Best Brazilian team ever? No, 1970s the best Brazilian team ever. Again, we're not talking about fucking football. Stop it. We're talking about politics. Don't make me purge you. Good evening, desk slave. Hello. How are you? I see that you followed 18 hours ago. Much love. Twitter DMs are balked as fuck. Please. Oh, on Discord. Okay. I nearly called you Nudge, which is not. That's not appropriate. Helena / No Justice of the MTGs. Yeah, another masterful gambit from the world's richest cockhead. The only good thing about Twitter that kept me actually going there was the fact that I could DM people, and apparently they now can't. Apparently you can't do that. Dublin lad, sorry. No, don't be sorry, Oliver, not in the slightest. What's he doing now? He's fucked up Twitter DMs. They've put an encryption two-way thing, so you have to type in a 4-digit passcode, and it's just locking people out. It's fucking awful. When it's not fascism, it's technological incompetence. Hello there, Helena.
Don't you mean Nudge?
I do mean Nudge. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you doing?
I'm very, very well. Although, now that MAGA are at war with No Justice MTG, or should I say Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's not as funny to call you that anymore.
No, she's had a real arc, hasn't she? It's very
has.
strange.
And it just goes to show you that liberals will try and rehabilitate anyone. Fucking evil bastard. And they're like, see, but she said Trump's a knob. And?
I mean, at the very least, she has passed the bar of caring about child rape, no matter who does it. Which is a bar that not many Republicans can vault.
That is true. And
to be fair, there are some liberals that won't do that as well, who are worried about what's going to be happening to Clinton in the files, but they seem vanishingly few in comparison to the MAGA faithful.
True. Now, we're going to get on to Laura Koonsberg. But before we do that, there's another Laura that I think does need to just be mentioned briefly before we do anything.
Okay.
And that being Laura Loomer. Israel's most amazing creature. She went to Israel, had yet another facelift, and when I say she looks like a Bo Selector mask, I'm not even like... I'm not even exaggerating.
She looks like the Chadwo.
Unbelievable. What the fuck? Does she think that looks good?
She looks like the Crimson Chin from the Fairly Odd Parents.
Oh god, it's just... It looks like there's a human trapped inside whatever that exterior is. Like she's wearing a mask or something. It's very, very...
What? No, surely this is Photoshop.
No, I swear to God, I've seen the moving footage of this. This was on her show. She came back from Israel looking like this. Shamon, motherfucker! Absolutely.
I'm sorry. No, please tell me this isn't real.
I assure you it is. You can see her. Like I say, she went to Israel, had plastic surgery done, again for the millionth time, and came back with like, this isn't just Mar-a-Lago face. This is like the terminal velocity of Mar-a-Lago face.
Oh, it's handsome Squidward.
It is. It really is. Yeah. It's... That's a transvestigation waiting to happen. Oh no. Okay. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring that to everyone. Also,
should we talk about the Adnan Hussein thing?
Well, yes, because you are, and I think this is safe to say, the biggest Islamophobe in Britain.
It's true, I am. I mean, honestly, it probably is worth apologising to him and saying, whilst it was funny that I said that opposing landlordism isn't Islamophobic, that genuinely does minimise the fact that he has received probably plenty of real Islamophobia. I just think that the scale to which that's coming from the left is not particularly high. There's a lot of Islamophobia, for sure, but he seems to be that there's... me acting as though the only criticism he was getting was because of his opinion on trans people and the fact that he's a landlord doesn't negate the fact that he would have also been receiving real Islamophobia as well. And my comment minimised that, and I would apologise to Adnan, but still a landlord.
No, but there's no need to cuck out. I think that's cucking. In all honesty, that's optics cucking. You don't need to do that because, like, it's pretty obvious that you didn't mean he's never received any Islamophobia ever. It's that he's trying to weaponize this to push a certain agenda. It's pretty like you'd have to be very, very uncharitable to read it any other way.
I mean, I think you're also right, but even so, like, I did delete it after all. But it is. I think this is less important than the fact that he's just kind of crashing out on Twitter right now.
Like, well, he's a member of Parliament and he's digging into you.
Well, he's posting through it.
Yeah,
he's posting. He's like, have you seen the speed at which he's posting today? It's quite funny.
Let's have a look. So he's the independent member of Parliament for Blackburn.
We're not sharing, by the way.
He's a stiff dick of poop. Am I not?
You're showing your DMs, but not the.
Oh well, okay. Well, that wasn't on screen. By the way, I was showing something. I was showing the actual tweet. Apologies. Okay. Sorry.
Well, the tweet was in the DM that you were sharing them.
Okay, fair enough. But anyway, I was sharing that was the actual thing that was on screen. So
if you go into that's fair. If you go into his replies, if you could go to his account, go to replies. He's This doesn't look like somebody who's focusing 100% of the time on their parliamentary work.
Yeah. So yeah, to be fair, he hasn't posted in an hour, so that's.
But clearly, King Les, the crocodile, was worth responding to.
Sometimes may be good, sometimes may be shit.
Definitely. Yeah.
This is I think the funny one here though. If you scroll back up to that tweet with the background, but look, just the one below that one. The first tweet is quite funny. The first tweet is applause for landlords.
Oh yeah, so applause. There we go. Applause for landlords for calling for a need for dialogue surrounding women's rights in the trans debate. What the fuck does that mean? Do you think they're applauding you because you're a landlord?
Well, look, Salma Yaqub said, "Well, we need to be nice to landlords because some of them are doing it because they can't get a public sector pension. I'm like, get a fucking private pension. Oh, but people are self-employed. I'm self-employed. I have a private pension. At no point have I thought about using that money to become a fucking landlord.
That's a real shame, because I had a lot of respect for Salma Yaqub. She was a councillor here in Birmingham for many years. Yeah,
I mean, she is good. I just think this is
an
just
L take.
Yeah, 100% an L take. The next tweet down is even funnier. It just shows you that he doesn't really belong in any of this movement, to be honest. Where he says that there's an overt display of solidarity with TERFs by Mark Savotka. Surely this is blasphemous. And then he does another tweet, which I think is a more recent one, saying, I wonder whether we'll see the same kind of condemnation of Mark Savotka. I'm like, if you'd have paid any attention to the discussion around trans people in leftist spaces at any point before now, you would know full well the criticism that Mark Savotka and indeed Ruth Savotka, his wife, have received, given that Ruth Savotka was one of the people who founded one of kind of the earliest, kind of most prolific anti-trans organizations, right? Like, they are deep, like knee-deep in the anti-trans sphere, and they've been called out for that loads of times. The idea that Adnan Hussein is implying here that at no point did people make the same criticism of Mark Savotka and Ruth Savotka, assuming, again, my assumption here, I've not seen explicit proof. My assumption is because he's trying to say, well, why aren't you making the same criticisms of the non-Muslims here? And I'm like, well, that's because we have made those criticisms. They've been criticized loads of times. You just weren't paying attention. Or you weren't even part of the movement because you've only been an MP for the last year and a half.
It reminds me, this is going to sound hyperbolic, but allow me to explain. It reminds me of a little bit of the way in which Zionists weaponize anti-Semitism, in that they will try and imply that any criticism of their position is inherently anti-Semitic because they, as a Jewish person, essentially can't be criticised because you're doing an anti-Semitism. He's essentially saying the fact that I hold these abhorrent beliefs to these people is it's Islamophobic for them to criticise me for these things, even though you're not being criticised because you're a Muslim. Because as you pointed out, Mark Savotka is being criticised for that. Fucking J.K. Rowling is not a Muslim, and she's the biggest quote unquote target of criticism when it comes to transphobia. So it's not because you're a Muslim, it's because you're a transphobe.
Well, exactly, given that the person who we're defending in a lot of these discussions is Zara Sultana, who is
also
a Muslim
yeah,
and trans-inclusive, who said that she didn't want social conservatism. Like, clearly,
that's
adherence to Islamic doctrine is not what's being criticised here.
Yeah, that's the kind of annoying thing, I think, with a lot of the people who are like, well, I can't join this party, or I'm leaving this party now because of this. They say, there was a couple of them who went, clearly this is not a place that accepts conservative views. Yeah, it's a fucking socialist party, mate. Like, if you want to join a conservative party, those already exist.
It's a workers' party, mate. Like,
yeah, absolutely. Like, just because you're okay on Palestine doesn't mean you get to be bigoted in other areas, and everyone's just absolutely fine with that.
Exactly, and on top of this as well, is the
apparently your stream is down.
Oh, this is back up now. I literally, as soon as you said that, I checked the chat and I saw F's and then "and we back" being the next comment. But like, but thank you. The other thing as well is that like the guy from Five Pillars said, like the editor of Five Pillars tweeted out, and I responded and saying, well, lots of leftists are just Islamophobic. They don't care about the opinions of Muslims unless we agree with them. Like, well, I don't care about most people in a political party unless they agree with me. The whole point of a political party is that it's supposed to be people who with generally shared views. And said, oh well, they don't want Muslims unless we're followers and not leaders, or we leave our faith at the door. And I'm like, yeah, we expect everyone to leave their faith at the door because this is a secular movement.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what religion you ascribe to. Yeah. We want this to be beliefs based in naturalistic philosophy, not theology.
Well, this is the thing. Like, no one goes to the Conservative Party and says, "Oh, you're so bigoted because you won't accept socialists."
Yeah, exactly.
Or the Liberal Party. Well, you don't accept open ethno-nationalists, except for Israel. Let's not go into it. Generally speaking, you don't accept ethno-nationalists in your movement. You're so intolerant, Liberal Democrats. Like, no one does this. In a political party, it is about excluding people who you don't like, and including people who you potentially do like. You present a suite of ideas that people can then either vote on, or indeed join your party and try and sell themselves. That's fine. That's how that works. The idea that we have to be inclusive of your conservative agenda. No, we fucking don't. Start your own fucking party then, you prick. I want to be a conservative, but also can you stop bombing this one particular group of people, please? Party.
Oh yeah, it's called the Workers' Party. Like that's who that is, you know.
Yeah, yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh, that was for the Workers' Party, probably too left-wing on economics for these people because.
Well, that's the thing. He's joining, or was potentially joining, a party with a man who has been staunchly economically left wing all of his career, has been largely progressive in terms of his social agenda, and yet Adnan Hussein is, and I'm talking about Jeremy Corbyn there. Adnan Hussein is economically conservative, seemingly, and socially conservative. The only thing he has in common with Jeremy Corbyn is that he'd quite like Israel to not be killing Palestinians, please, thank you.
A reasonable thing, but that does not a left-wing MP make.
No, exactly. Like, what is this party? Look, I'm basically done with them, I think, at this point. They couldn't organise a piss up in a brewery. I wouldn't trust them to run a bath, let alone a country. They're fucking useless. I'm sorry. I don't know that they can really be saved at this point. Corbyn has really let me down with all of this. Not only shaking hands with and hugging this fucking creature in public and standing on the platform with him, the weird way he's tried to undermine Zara Sultana, the fact that they put out that thing just before she went on Question Time to essentially undermine her, and then he comes out and is like, well, I didn't even agree with it. Why the fuck did you sign it then? Or why did you let someone else sign it on your behalf? If you didn't even read it or something. Like, I'm sorry, mate. At this point, you've become the very factional, weird fucking Westminster snake in the grass that you were once the opponent of.
I mean, I think that Eleanor from Stats for Lefties put it right, and what we're seeing a lot of is Jeremy Corbyn's desire to completely avoid conflict at any opportunity and just say everything that pleases everybody, and it all comes to a head and he pleases nobody because he refuses to be assertive in the direction of the party. Right, that's a real problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the party's, I mean, it's essentially worthless, I think, at this point. I don't know what good it can really achieve.
I mean, I think what would be really good is like just having a network of like locally strong independent socialist groups that can be under a bigger banner isn't necessarily a bad plan, right? You've got Jamie Driscoll's kind of majority thing going on in the northeast. You've got the independents in my constituency and in other places around the country in Newham and all of that stuff, and Faisal Shaheen's independents in Chingford. That seems like a loose network of broadly socialist, localist, independent groups that can all be under one banner. That doesn't seem like a big problem. That seems fine to me. The issue, of course, is that if you want to be a national party with national politics, it's got to be a well-oiled machine, and this is a very rusty clown car.
Well, it is oiled. It's just oiled with slurry, which isn't very effective as a lubricant, unfortunately. Anyway, yeah. So this is a joke of a thing. Adnan Hussein can get fucking wrecked. Okay, you want to come through for Helena? You gotta go through me, bitch. Okay. The one thing
I pointed out in my video about him saying that he was like leaving specifically is I said, well, clearly this is the best for everybody. He wants to concentrate on the interests of his constituents. I mean, when he's not on Twitter, obviously, and he doesn't want that to be swayed by a broader party structure that would want him to support things he doesn't believe in. Clearly, he's not a good fit for the party. And if he does want to put the interests of his constituents first, just sitting there and being an independent MP doing independent MP things, probably way better for him and better for the party as well.
I think definitely he wants to focus on the things that got him elected, like his strong anti-King Les stance. The people of Blackburn really wanted him to dig into King Les.
Cartoon crocodiles on Twitter, they had let their guard down until
exactly.
Mr. Hussein.
Exactly. People stop the crocs. That's what he was elected on. And you know what? Fair play to Adnan Hussein. He listened to his electorate and he's doing exactly what they wanted. God bless. Anyway, yeah, I think he's a pathetic little bitch. I'm just going to say, this is not the words of No Justice MTG or of Novara Media. Obviously, I am an independent person who is a separate entity. You, Adnan Hussein, are a cunt. You're a nasty little bigot. Go fuck yourself. I won't be apologising. I won't be editing that or taking it down or I'll be leaving it out there for the world to fucking see. Suck my dick.
It was one of the message that he put out that he sent to Harriet, when he's just like, I was such a shame to see your host, NJ,
Yeah.
and I was just like, I'm not an employee of Novara Media, I'm a freelance contributor. Do I have to be the person who says, I have to be one of those people who puts the opinions on this account and not necessarily not those of my employer? And I'm like, come on, mate.
Yeah. Anyway, get wrecked, mate. Honestly, I've got no time for you. Yeah, no, you're a fucking leech and a parasite on society. Not because you're a Muslim, because you're a fucking landlord. You're a bigoted, nasty piece of shit. Not because you're a Muslim, but because you're a transphobe.
And that's the thing, right? Is that there's just this I think there's this difference, right, in critiquing somebody's views for what their views are, and critiquing the idea that because they're a Muslim, that means the views are bad because it's a Muslim view. Like, this is exactly the same thing that we went through with Tim Farron. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember the whole Tim Farron thing when he was leader of the Liberal Democrats?
Homophobe,
right? Like,
yeah.
and people, literally people were just 100% of the opinion that he couldn't be supported by Liberals because of his anti-gay stance, because he was not supportive of equality for gay people, and people say, oh, it's anti-Christian bigotry. It really isn't. There are plenty of both conservatives and there are plenty of Muslims and Christians who don't have transphobic views. I mean, Sarah Sultana is one of them. There are plenty of pro-trans Muslim MPs in Parliament. I mean, the only hijabi MP in Parliament, which is Absana Begum, signed the trans rights pledge. So did Dr. Rosina Allen Khan. So did Nusrat Ghani, and she was a Tory.
Which is fucking wild, but there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yes. So yeah, I mean, just I don't know that the people of Blackburn give that much of a shit about going after small independent media commentators.
No, Jesus. And on top of that, like, going back to the tweet from the editor of Five Pillars, who said, what was it here? Yeah, we're only good Muslims in their eyes when we are followers, not leaders. When we leave our beliefs at the door, and our only opinion counts when we're reinforcing theirs. I mean, well, your opinion is relevant to a political project when it agrees with the rest of that political project, which is what's important. But again, like, plenty of the really famous Muslim leftist leaders were secularists who left their personal beliefs at the door.
Yeah. Like, are you expecting us to be like, well, we wouldn't want to be accused of Islamophobia, so we really should let ISIS into our movement. Like, no, there are people with whom we fundamentally disagree. Whether they believe those things because of their religious convictions or otherwise, I don't really fucking care. Whether they be Christian, Muslim, Jew, whatever, I don't give a fuck. If I disagree with you, I'm not going to be in the same political movement as you.
It's like, do you think leftists leftists have been celebrating people like Hafizullah or Nasser or Ataturk or Sukarno or whoever it is who've been Muslims who've just ruled secularly and have let their religious beliefs be separate from their governing philosophy, because these people were, progressive on the economy or socialist or whatever. So they deigned not to let their religious viewpoints influence their political stance.
Indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Duck, for the Rabina money. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Alex Otter, with membership on YouTube, and thank you, Fosmos, for gifting a sub, and for Dingus for Bitty Bits. Yes, okay. Any more for any more, or should we get on to Laura Kay?
Was there anything else I wanted to talk about today?
Donald Trump sucking off Bill Clinton?
I mean, there'll be the third day in a row that I've talked about it, but I will keep talking about it because it's fucking hilarious.
It is good, to be fair.
It's so fucking funny.
It's so funny. Like, to be fair, this just goes to show you that liberal identity politics doesn't work, because the first gay president ever is the most homophobic one. So, again, just having an LGBT president hasn't helped the situation, frankly.
There was another thing. Did you see the big garbage patch that just appeared in Bicester the other day?
Do you mean Britain?
No, Bicester, the area.
Yeah, which is in Britain. So Britain is the garbage patch. That's the joke I'm doing there.
Oh, right, okay. But yeah, some of them dumped like tons and tons of waste just by a river in Bicester.
Where are we going?
And it's crazy. And like, I've seen loads of conservatives be like, "Oh, isn't it terrible how this is like what our country like? No one cares anymore." I'm like, this is what you wanted. He wanted everyone to only care about each other in terms of what they could gain personally out of market transactions. I thought that was the greed is good philosophy that Thatcherism was supposed to instill in the nation, and it would lead to a prosperous and flourishing society. What happened? What happened, mate? What happened there?
There's no such thing as society. And now and now as a person who's pushed that forever and ever and ever and ever, I'm really annoyed that no one believes in a society anymore. Wah.
Literally, like, why would anybody care about the broader negative externalities of their waste dumping when it's not within their material interest to do so, because it is an externality, and those things don't exist under Thatcherist market logic?
Yep. People don't matter, profits matter.
Yep. What's that? We've had 15 years of austerity, and there's very little in terms of public financing for local authorities to be able to clean these things up quickly and efficiently, or indeed for our services such as the police to be able to hold these people to account. That sounds like a real problem with Conservative governance, doesn't it?
It does, rather. If only they'd ever accept that. Because their only answer is, we're not doing neoliberalism enough, regardless of the evidence to the contrary.
No, clearly we need to elect Zach Polanski so he can do communist neoliberalism, which is what some rightoid who were watching yesterday said he was going to do. They called him a communist and a neoliberal.
It's brilliant. Genius. Honestly, people like that need to have their voting rights removed. I'm genuinely becoming more and more like Stalin pilled or whatever. Like, I'm just because like these people need to be fucking expunged from the body politic. They really do. Anyway, I'm not suggesting any violence there or murder or anything. Gulags are just prisons, so leave me alone. I'm joking. Right. Shall we do... No, I'm not actually a tanky shop. Shall we take a look at Laura Kay being Laura Kay?
Yeah, let's do that.
Another crackdown. A government in trouble wants to clamp down on illegal immigration.
Just one more clampdown, bro. Just one more. Honest, it'll work this time. Just do one more piece of vile hatred, and that will definitely fix everything. Honest.
I swear that you should just like start every single Laura Kay segment with this.
Yeah.
Just another crackdown. Yep, every week without fail, more crackdowns.
Also,
that's all they know how to do.
Also, welcome to this week's episode of We Never Talk About Immigration. Why do we never ever talk about immigration ever? You're not even allowed to. You know, you get arrested for talking about immigration.
All these politicians know how to do is crack down, infight, eat hot chip, and lie.
True.
On refugees. But can it first cut out the chaos behind the Downing Street door? Well, with us in the studio live this morning, the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, and her opposite...
Do two bouts of cancer cancel each other out? Like if you put two cancers together, does it become good? I don't know.
It's like that bit of The Simpsons where Mr. Burns has all of the illnesses at once. They can't squeeze through the door.
Exactly, yeah. This is the log jam of cancer. Right, and they're both smiling as well, which is... Have you ever seen a man who looks less respectable than that man smiling right there? Phil looks... He looks like... If he tried to sell me a second-hand car, I'd try and have him arrested. Because I just preemptively, for whatever he's done.
Must be stolen, right? I mean, he just looks like the slimiest motherfucker you've ever seen in your life.
That motherfucker has bodies underneath his fucking pavement in his house. I guarantee. Look at him. He collects people's feet.
Opposite number, the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp. You two regularly face off in Parliament against each other. I wonder, what kind of rivals are you? Friendly or deadly rivals?
I think a little combination of both, I think, Chris.
I was going to say friendly, but I've learned something this morning.
Just a bit of the other as well, I think.
Well, we can have a friendly start to the programme. Let us proceed.
I just want at some point where they ask these questions going, I fucking hate him. Think he's a cunt. Like, can we just do this, please? Can we normalise politicians speaking about their adversaries like they're actually adversaries?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think she's a bitch. No, I think he's a cunt and he probably touches kids. Like, yeah, like, that's it. You know? Yeah. Because, I mean, the thing is, they are all in the same club, but that doesn't mean they get along on an interpersonal basis. You know?
Well, again, the problem is, of course, they're supposed to have adversarial ideologies, but
And they don't.
Don't.
No.
Yeah.
They're just moving the Overton window further and further to the right, of course. Which we'll get to. Anyway.
Seed like that might get a bit more tricky later on, but thank you both indeed for coming with us this morning. Also today, should the BBC shell out after it said sorry to Donald Trump?
No.
Well, I think I have to do it.
Yeah, no. No. Also, Trump isn't going to get anywhere with this. He's always going to say, like, because there's no backing down. Once you've said you might have to sue, he was always going to pretend to sue. Now, he might actually try and sue, but, like, he has to pretend and then it'll go away because he'll start a war or something. Or more Epstein documents will drop or something, you know?
And also, like, what obligation would the BBC have to even pay? Are they going to arrest the BBC?
No, but they could revoke their broadcasting license in America, which would be pretty harmful economically.
But he could just do that anyway. He could just do that anyway.
Well, he could do that, but I don't think he really cares about the BBC. As always, it's just what can he get out of it. So if he does sue and like an American court says, oh, you've got to pay $200 million, and they don't, he could just revoke the license. Because I suppose he'd probably have like just cause to do so in that instance, I suppose. But whatever.
I also don't think he'd win. I mean, like,
no, I don't think he will win. But I mean,
get a packet of quavers and a tenner, like, sure.
They've even admitted that they cheated.
He wants billions after a mistake in a documentary, but the former BBC boss, Lord Tony Hall, tells us absolutely not.
I don't think we should agree to any money being paid to Donald Trump. You know, you're talking about license fee payers' money. You're talking about public money. It would not be appropriate.
Trump just wants to suck the BBC dry. The same thing with Clinton, yeah.
But that's what Bubba C.
Yeah, Bubba C, yeah. See, I thought I would die with Monica Lewinsky being the most embarrassing blowjob story involving Bill Clinton. I didn't think that could be challenged as a fact.
I mean, to be fair, the Donald Trump story is funny because, you know, it was a whole consensual thing. The thing about Monica Lewinsky is that it was at the very least coercive, if not rapist behavior. So
yeah. Who'd have thought of two friends of Jeffrey Epstein that are rapists?
It's crazy, isn't it?
There's a pattern emerging there.
Or have you heard as well that Mark Epstein says that the Bubba they're referring to isn't Bill Clinton? But I've also heard on the grapevine that Bubba is also the name of Ghislaine Maxwell's horse.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, fucking Catherine the Trump. Is that what this is now? We've got fucking world leaders fucking horses.
I mean,
I suck the biggest cock in the world. I suck the cock majorly. Bigly horse dick.
What would I say? I never sucked any dick before, never sucked it. But if I did, it'd be the best sucking you've ever seen. I would be the best at doing that, but you'll never see me do it because I don't swing that way. I'd kiss that man there, but only in a very friendly way. I mean, I mean, in the rest of the Epstein emails, they continue to refer to Bill Clinton as Bubba. So I don't buy Mark Epstein's explanation at all.
No, I don't either. Also, did you see that it turns out Epstein was quite a fan of Tommy Robinson?
I'm not surprised, because they're both fans of Israel.
Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. It's almost as if that was a whole honeypotting thing for Israel or something. Crazy.
Quite. Also, it's also worth pointing out, too, that Mark Epstein being implicated in a bunch of these emails means that he must also have dirt on people, or people have dirt on him. So he probably, as soon as the email was received, got a very, very curt text message from someone going, "We have to protect Big Dog. You must disavow the idea this is Bill Clinton." Because you thought if they actually wanted to disprove it, they would say who Bubba actually is. Yeah. And at no point did he do that.
No. Because it's
what blow means.
Because it's Bill Clinton. And
Yeah.
blowjob means blowjob.
Yeah.
So, there's that.
Putin has the pictures, apparently.
True. Did you know that Bill Clinton's the only person rumoured to have had sex with both candidates in the same from the same election? You say that, right? That's technically true in a way. But we also know that Nancy Reagan was the throat goat, and we don't know what she got up to with Michael Dukakis. So it could be that she fucked both. We have no idea.
I saw a video today where someone asked Clinton if it happened. He just smirked and said nothing. Well, that's all the proof I need.
Well, yeah, exactly. Did he also cackle and put his fingers together and start tapping them like an evil monster? Like what the fuck? If it didn't happen, you say no. That's disgusting. What the fuck's wrong with you?
It's like the Sydney Sweeney one. Yeah, like.
Yeah.
It's like, are you a racist? Let someone else decide.
Yeah, true.
No, just say no.
Yeah.
Morning, and our team to talk about this tumultuous week for the next hour is Paul Novak, the General Secretary of the TUC, broadcaster Mariella Frostrup, and Steve Rigby, boss of the Rigby Group, one of the country's biggest family-owned businesses. Welcome to all.
Actually, probably the best group overall. There have been individuals who have been more based on the group of three, but usually there's one that's such a wrong-un, and yet even that Rigby guy isn't the worst.
Oh, BBC showing their left-wing bias.
Exactly. Disgraceful.
It's a fucking disgrace.
All three of you. We'll start, as we always do, with what's making the news today. And the Sunday Times splashes on Shabana Mahmood's plans for asylum seekers. Look who's back on the front of the Sunday Mirror. Angela Rayner popping her head above.
Yeah, apparently she's potentially looking at challenging Keir Starmer. Some feelers have been put around, apparently.
Well, that's 4 years late now, isn't it?
Yeah.
4 years,
apparently,
5 years late.
Apparently, Bez wants to become the lead singer. I'm not sure that's going to work. You stick to the maracas.
I'm assuming that's what they're going to be doing, right? Like, I always describe the relationship between Angela Rayner and the Politburo as like her being invited up to the adults' table and then pulling the chair out from underneath her whenever she tried to talk to them.
Yeah, that's true.
And also, it's worth pointing out, before someone clips this out of context, we are saying this because we think that, despite everything, Rayner is probably the most politically savvy out of all of these people, and the one with the better policy too. And it's the fact that she is being treated like a child and treated like Bez by the others, and has accepted that she's happy to get treated like that, and not because she necessarily is, because she's far smarter and more politically in tune than anyone else in the cabinet, and that's why the only reason she was kept around is because she was voted there.
Yeah. And she served the kind of Prescott mould of having a northerner who has some left-wing credentials to mask the otherwise incredibly right-wing government.
True.
For the first time since she quit. The Sunday Telegraph thinks she, maybe others too, is plotting moves against Keir Starmer. But the Mail on Sunday and the Observer both splash on the BBC with very different takes and some Daleks on Westminster Bridge.
So, I mean, I wasn't expecting any of them to go with the blowjob story, but fucking Daleks. The Observer, you want to be different, don't you?
After the standoff between the corporation and the White House. Well, let's get into our chat this morning. It's a big moment for the government trying to get on with cracking down on illegal immigration after a shocking week. Mariella, what do you make of what you've heard so far and quite striking rhetoric from the top of government?
Yeah, the thing that I really don't enjoy is the way in which the rhetoric seems to be informed by, the far right. I think that, there is a problem. There's a huge systemic problem with how we deal with asylum seekers and with migrants. But I just feel like we have to keep reminding ourselves that when you say less in, more out, or that, asylum seekers, that you're going to end the golden ticket, that we're talking about human beings, some of whom at least have escaped extremely.
Oh no, is Starmer going into bad vibes territory? Oh, the commentariat are turning.
Did you see Ian Dunt is turning?
Oh no,
He's lost Dunt.
If he's lost Dunt and Frostrup, I mean, what's left?
And O'Brien. All of the sensibles just falling like dominoes.
He's done then. They were his base. They were the only people that were prepared to vote for him. He's done.
Perilous situations, and I think it'll be fantastic if we can sort out the system so that it's fair and just and people can still apply for asylum. I don't think it should be to deter asylum seekers, which is again part of the rhetoric that we're being given at the moment. I think it should be to deter those who don't have a justification as asylum seekers. So ultimately, I think we need a total overhaul of the system, and I'm very glad to see that that's being tackled.
Steve,
but I hope the rhetoric will change after that.
Steve, how important do you...
Well, we'll see what the Home Secretary has to say about that in just a second. I'm sure she'll be very moderate.
You think it is to get this right and actually tackle this problem? Because successive governments have failed and Labour's had nearly 18 months in power. How important is it for you that they get it right?
The reality is the public have spoken. Either we change the policies, get control of the situation, or the government change. So I think we've no choice, the government has no choice, but to start to tackle the issue. I welcome the changes that are being announced tomorrow. Looking forward to hearing from Shabana around...
Oh, right, no, he's a bit of a shithouse, actually. Okay.
I mean, it's business bellend. What's to be expected?
I mean, he's still probably not as bad as some of the worst. Look, if he's the worst person on the panel, it's better than previous panels.
I mean, like, what was the guy, John Caulfield, the guy who was just like, I support Labour because they don't deviate from anything I want as a commercial capitalist. And I'm like, yep, we know.
What they may entail, but ultimately we've got 400,000 illegal immigrants in the country today. It's 1% of the working age population that exists there. So we're out of control. 170,000 people last year given leave to remain. So we can't continue in the current trajectory, despite the fact, I have to say, as a businessman, I'm very much in favour of controlled migration. It's a critical part of bringing skills and even non-skills into certain parts of the economy.
And Paul, for you, as you know, a senior figure in the Labour movement, although not necessarily in the Labour Party, but the TUC is a very important part of the kind of left ecosystem, if you like. Are you comfortable with the kind of rhetoric? Mariella said it sounded like influenced by the far right.
Well, listen, both my granddads came to this country during the Second World War. One came from Poland, one came from Hong Kong, and that means I would always want Britain to be a place that offers sanctuary and support to people who are fleeing war and terror. I'm sure the Home Secretary will say that later on as well.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe shit.
Yeah, my source is I made the fuck up.
Of course, we need a fair, managed, and I'd say a values-based approach to migration as well. But it's also important to recognise this is not the only issue that exercises the British public. The cost of living matters to people. We'll talk about the budget later on.
Whoa. No, Paul. I've been following the rhetoric of the government recently, who really have their finger on the pulse. It's why they have a massive majority, because of how popular they are. And they told me that the only thing that matters is migration policy and that there's no other policy that's relevant, hence why they only talk about migration.
Yeah. Chasing votes that they can't win whilst eviscerating votes that they did have. Brilliant. Fantastic stratagem, Mr. McSweeney. Thank you.
Internationally revered political genius. Latest news.
True. Thank you, Tracy Eva, or Eva, possibly, for becoming a member on the YouTubes.
Yes, as well. So, interesting to hear from the Home Secretary later on. I'm sure that there are things, for example, like safe and legal routes, which are a really important element of a decent, managed, fair migration system.
And there's certainly lots of pieces in the jigsaw. We'll be back with the three of you a bit later on, because it might...
But the core problem is they're chasing the votes of people who don't want a fair system. They just want to kick brown people out and feel better than them. You're trying to placate racists with sensible policy, or even just with kind of racist policy, whereas what they want is some sort of mincing machine to turn them into like Soylent Green.
Well, it seems like when you actually poll the public on a broader level, mostly what you see is total incoherence. Insofar as they want taxes to go down, but they also want more public spending. They also want gaps in the labour market to be filled and to have people staffing care and staffing in the NHS. And they want us to come and buy our university degrees as international students. But they also want the migration numbers to go down, and they want the economy to grow, but they want the population to be more demographically aged. People don't know what they want, and that's a big issue, right? Is that even if let's just forget like the real immigration headbangers, and you look at the kind of median vote who's just like, well, they're coming in here and they're illegal, but if they were coming in here and doing it legally and contributing, I wouldn't mind, which basically is the median position at this point. That is incompatible with what they're trying to do, because what they're trying to do is appease these people who don't understand that asylum is a right that people have to be able to claim it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't, any policy that you could legally implement would not be enough to win the votes of these evil bastards. So why are you chasing their votes?
Be the most fraught, the most complicated, and one of, if not the most important problem the government is trying to solve. How to stop thousands of people crossing the Channel to get to the UK. There are big new plans. Refugees will have to wait 20 years before they can ask to stay here for good. And asylum seekers who can work or break the rules will lose access to housing and benefits. The government's already signed deals with other...
Yay! Driving people into penury will not lead to them becoming criminal. Woo! Very sensible.
Again, it's just, exactly. Again, just really poor statecraft. Like, I'm sure our country would be way better with all these homeless asylum seekers on the streets. I thought these people being on the streets is what the public didn't want.
Yeah.
They want them off the streets, and now they're going to have more of them on the streets, because if they fall into some level of economic hardship and lose their job or whatever, they're just going to end up fucking serially homeless.
Countries to try to return more illegal immigrants. It's tightened some of the rules too, but the number of small boat arrivals just seems to keep ticking up. The job for the Home Secretary, not long in the post, is huge. Mahmoud's first day in the office as Home Secretary was the 5th of September. And almost immediately she announced she'd cut the number of visas for countries that won't take back their citizens if they've come to the UK illegally. In her first 3 days in the office, 1,166 people arrived on small boats. In her second week, the first migrant to have come here that way was sent back to France under the new one-in, one-out deal. By then, more than 2,000 people have made the dangerous journey. The government then...
I mean, even just having the number ticking up like that is sort of alarmist. You're not just sort of neutrally giving people information here. You're trying to make people scared.
Yeah. Literally, the left-wing bias of the BBC on show yet again.
Allowed to stay legally would not automatically be able to bring family members here and would have to wait 10 years before being allowed to stay for good. At this point, the 1st of October, more than 5,000 people had crossed the Channel in small boats. Then remember that first migrant to have been sent back to France? Well, a few weeks later, he managed to get back to the
Hey, boomerang! Love it.
UK in, yes, a small boat, becoming one of the 7,000...
Well, what they forgot is the end of the title, because they call it one in, one out. But it's not. It's one in, one out, one in, one out, shake it all about. You do the hokey cokey and you turn around and your entire immigration system falls down.
731 people to have arrived that way by then. And that number has now ticked up. Since Shabana Mahmood's been Home Secretary, more than 10,000 people have made the Channel crossing. In that same 2-month period, 5,500 people in the UK without permission have been forced to leave. Enough numbers.
What the fuck, man? What? That was someone in the background going, stand by. Hang on, we'll have that again.
UK without permission have been forced to leave. Enough numbers.
The mute button exists. Come on now.
Also, it's worth pointing out, it's really key to this is that 6,000 people have been removed who have no right to be here. They keep pretending that these are people who've arrived by small boat, but they're not.
They're not. No.
The people who've been removed are people who've either had their asylum claim failed, could have arrived by small boat, or by other means. Most of them, most likely, are people who've overstayed their visa, i.e. the actual illegal migrants, right?
Yeah.
With Shabana Mahmood, who is here this morning. This is a big moment for the government, a big moment for you, not long into your tenure at the Home Office. Let's start with then this notion that refugees would have to be here for 20 years before they can stay here for good. Is it possible that you could have a life here, a job here, maybe kids going to school, a family here, then after 19 years, if your country is then considered safe, you get booted out and sent home?
Well, look, I think that firstly, it is important that we deal with illegal migration into this country. It is an issue that is dividing our country, and I see this polarisation all over the country, including in my own constituency. We have a system
which you're going to lose at the next election. enjoy.
Yeah, which unfortunately Sir Ahmed Yaqub. Oh, God, no.
Not ideal, but like, if you weren't shit, you wouldn't have lost it.
True.
That is like absolute rock solid Labour territory.
Yeah.
But you decided to back a genocide. Well done.
System that is out of control, it's unfair, and is putting huge pressure on communities. So it is important that we restore order and control to this system so that we...
Order and control. You know what? I think a brown shirt would suit you very nicely, Shabana.
And also, I mean, like, there would be plenty of order in the system if you opened up some safe and legal routes.
Oh, no, I mean order and, like order against them, not order for them. You understand?
No, true, yeah.
We can retain public permission and public confidence in having an asylum system at all, and that is what my reforms are designed to do. And because of that, we are looking to reduce the number of arrivals into the country, increase the number of removals of those who have no right to be in this country, and alongside that, as we restore order and control, to create new, safe and legal routes for people fleeing peril all over the country, all over the world.
But if somebody has come here for the right reasons, they've come here, they've settled here, they have a family here, they have a job here, their kids might be in British schools, after 10, 15, 19 years, up to that 20-year moment, at any point the Home Office might say, you've been here, sorry, your country's safe, go.
Well, what the new reforms will do is change that generations-old assumption that sanctuary provided to refugees can very quickly lead to permanent settlement and all of the rights that go alongside that. We will be changing that to a more temporary process, and the situation will be assessed every 2.5 years. So if your country becomes safe in that intervening period and you are remaining on this essentially core protection model, you will be returned to your country, because we see countries that have started off in conflict and people have moved in order to escape that conflict becoming safe. So I think that is right.
And
but
just
the
on
whole
that
of the
point,
proposals that
the
I will set out
is,
tomorrow
of course, is
will
that
also...
lots of them do that. Like, we've already seen a bunch of Syrian refugees return to Syria since the tapering off of the conflict. It's not really ended, but it's tapered off, right? The idea that somehow you need to be able to force them to leave by getting rid of a bunch of protections it's so authoritarian.
Well, as always, their solution is performative cruelty. That's all. This isn't actually meant to affect things, because they know they won't be here in 20 years, so it doesn't matter. Any government that does that sort of thing knows they're kicking the can down the road or whatever. The point is to be horrible to migrants, because they think that will win them some votes, and it won't. The people who this is designed to try and win the votes of genuinely think that Shabana Mahmood should also be kicked out of the country.
Provide new routes for people to be able to work in this country, and if you are working and contributing, you will be able to earn an earlier settlement in this country. And the total.
So, would you say that work makes you free? Shabana.
Free from the potential of the state coming down and taking away your
That's
right to
interesting.
stay.
You know what you should do? You should set up like gates outside of Dover with that written on it. I think people would. That would be, I think, a really strong message. Shabana.
Totality of that package will promote fairness and contribution.
But just on that point of reviewing people's cases every 2.5 years, which is much more regular than they are now, the Refugee Council has done some sums, and they've told us this morning that would mean more than 60,000 people being reassessed. And they say that could be a complete bureaucratic nightmare. And the Home Office doesn't have a great track record for administration and bureaucracy.
Well, it's my job to make sure that the Home Office bureaucracy...
That's not true. They've got a fantastic record of losing dossiers of paedophile information about powerful Westminster.
They lost 200 children. 200 refugee children just fucking disappeared.
They're brown ones, so they don't matter.
True.
Works.
Did you
I've made
accept
it
that
very
figure?
clear. No, well, I will look at what the Refugee Council is saying. We do.
And then ignore them. You'll look at what they say and then ignore them.
Yeah, well, because they're woke. The Refugee Council are woke, so
exactly.
Who cares what they say?
Assessments all the time. We are supposed to be reassessing what the situation is at the moment. Actually, one of my real frustrations since I've been in this job is often we have a set of rules and we don't enforce them properly. And the work of my predecessor, Yvette Cooper, when she was Home Secretary, and myself, is to make sure that the system itself, the administration, the bureaucracy bureaucracy that does work and that we are enforcing the rules that we have. But the totality of the reforms that I will be setting out are designed to bring our system back into order and into control so that we can then also...
So order and control is the buzz phrases that she's been given. That wasn't a slip of the tongue. She's literally just like parroting far-right nonsense.
It's the McSweeney diktat.
Yeah.
So continue to provide sanctuary to those people who are fleeing wars from all over the world through new safe and legal routes, which I will do as well.
There are, at the moment, around 200,000 Ukrainians in this country who fled the war. They're on temporary...
Yeah, they'll be allowed to stay because they're white. I mean, because they're Ukraine's still at war, so it's fine. Honest.
visas at the moment. But are you saying...
Just like the Hong Kong ones, they're all right.
Saying that if, when everybody hopes Ukraine becomes a peaceful country once more, in 2, 5 or 10 years' time, under your rules, the logic is that all of those people would have to go back to their country?
Well, the situation in relation to Ukraine, actually, that was a bespoke and always intended to be a temporary scheme.
So they
to
would
provide
all have to
people
go home if the
with the
country becomes
respite,
peaceful.
to provide people with the respite because they're displaced by conflict. In fact, because it's a bespoke regime, they're not in fact considered refugees in the normal run of things. It is a bespoke scheme for Ukrainians, which I'm very proud that this country did, and we will always fulfil our obligations under that scheme. And of course, it is the wish of most of those Ukrainian individuals that one day they will return to Ukraine once the conflict is over.
But will you force them?
Polling suggests the...
No,
but will you force them, though?
She's not going to answer the question. Because those are the good ones. So you can't say, yes, we want to kick those ones out, because they're the good ones.
Exactly. It's so blatant. It's so blatant that there is one rule for the Browns and another rule for the Whites when it comes to the refugees. Well, the Ukrainians, they've got their own bespoke system. That we gave them their own chartered flights to get from Ukraine to the UK. And we will expect them to go because they want to go back, but we're not going to force them. There's going to be no... We won't answer whether or not we're going to be forcing them to. But with all the Browns, the bad brown refugees, they don't have a bespoke system. They have to get here by small boat because there's no safe and legal route. And once their country is safe, no matter how far in the future that is, no matter how much of their own life they've rebuilt in this country, we will kick them out whatever they want. Yeah. Regardless of whether they want to or not. It's so obvious that there was, again, one rule for the in-group and another rule for the out-group, because this Labour Party is just stuffed full of conservatives.
Yeah.
The opposite, actually, but on the principled
And you'd think Shabana Mahmood, as one of the members of the out-group, would not be the face of this. But yet someone has morphed Priti Patel and Suella Braverman into one person. And she's the current Labour Party Home Secretary.
Question here. If the war in Ukraine finishes, would you, as the Labour Party's Home Secretary, say those 200,000 people must all leave the country?
Well, it's already written into the temporary scheme that was created for Ukrainians fleeing the conflict in Ukraine. That was always part of the agreement that was struck at that moment. It was done under the previous government. It was supported by us. It will always be supported by us.
So that is what would happen. They would all have to leave.
Situation in Ukraine, but those people are safe here because there is a conflict in Ukraine. They have been displaced, and we've been very proud to have that scheme for Ukrainians in this country.
Okay, well, there's a conflict in Congo.
Afghanistan. There's a conflict in Eritrea.
Yeah.
There's a conflict in Sudan. There's a conflict in Myanmar. There's a conflict in loads of places.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a Myanmarese fucking bespoke deal anytime soon, I guarantee it. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sure we'll get plenty of bespoke arrangements for the people fleeing Gaza.
Yeah.
Separate to the wider asylum system that we are creating and the reforms that I'm setting out, and I don't think we should conflate the two.
Well, yeah, of course, it's separate. It's separate because they're the good ones.
Yeah.
That's it, right? Like, it's so nakedly obvious that she's happy to make the delineation between good refugees and bad refugees.
Yeah.
Because a bespoke regime, I think, is different to the wider asylum system that will apply to everybody.
But this is about the principle, and you are changing the principle.
Of the new
but
reforms,
we've got a lot to get through.
The principle of the new reforms will always be that if your country becomes safe, that you will return. But under the new reforms, we will also be providing a new route for those who are on core protection as refugees to be able to work and study in this country. And when they are contributing, we will make sure that there is an earlier path to settlement in this country.
One of your
Arbit McFry, yeah.
plans is that asylum work seekers who could work, which is a tiny proportion, 8,500 or so out of 100,000, or those who break rules or commit any crimes, would have their accommodation and the amount of financial support they get taken away from them. So
see, that's just, again, it's just performative cruelty. There's no way anyone thinks that's a good idea practically. That's so fucking stupid and obviously counter to any good policy.
how many people do you expect to boot out of their accommodation and take their payments?
Well, look, just under 10% of the people that are currently in asylum accommodation, primarily in hotels, but also in housing as well across the country, have the right to work. At the moment, there is no expectation that despite having that right to work, that those individuals do in fact find work and support themselves. There is also no expectation that people have to comply with the rules in order to retain their asylum accommodation. And there's also no expectation that if you break the law of this country, you lose your accommodation. That actually places those individuals in a better position than most British citizens in social housing in this country.
So how many
and I think it's right to say that we will now expect people to comply with the law of the land, to comply with the rules, to do as they're asked to do. And if they can work, and it is a small number that have the right to work, but if they can work, they should work and support themselves.
But where are these?
Well, how about you change it so more of them have right to work? If you think that it's a really good dynamic to have, a really good expectation that people should contribute if they can, why is it that you won't change the current laws that we have that prevent them from being able to work even if they can do? The reason why there's such a small amount of those asylum seekers who can actually work is because it is written into law that the other ones can't. So just let them work. Just let them fucking work.
No, only obligation to work, no right to work, is literally government policy.
Oh, it's such a mess.
People going to go. So I'm told by several sources that ministers in government have raised specific concerns about the possibility that people could be booted out of accommodation with nowhere to go, perhaps ending up living on the streets. So
where else would they go? Float in the fucking air? But yeah, if they're kicked out of the only place they have, and they have no money or means of gaining money legally, then they turn to criminality and homelessness. Because that's the only option they have. It's either that or starve to death.
Looking forward to Britain 2026. It's going to be full of homeless refugees. Which
is definitely, that's definitely what the country wanted. That's definitely the solution to the migration problem that the country definitely wanted, was more homeless fucking migrants on the streets. Brilliant.
Literally every government just desperate to make sure that our country is so shit, it's so miserable, so bad to live in, that the best way of being able to deter migrants is like, don't come here, it's better in Kabul. Like,
literally.
You might as well just stay in Sudan.
Yeah, so bad has it become for this government, and so far have they pushed everything to the right, that her current policy is being praised by Tommy Robinson.
The coveted Tommy Robinson endorsement.
How proud you must be. I think you definitely got into politics to win the acclaim of Tommy Tel Aviv 10 names.
Literally.
Jesus Christ, you fucking monsters. Unbelievable shit. Fucking embarrassing. But no, just if you just keep doing the same right-wing thing over and over and over again, it'll definitely start working at some point, I'm sure. Like, do they think Tommy Robinson's going to vote for them? Fucking behave yourselves.
Where are these people going to go if, for the reasons you've explained, you think that they should have taxpayer accommodation taken away from them?
Well, my expectation is that people will comply with the rules and that they will, if they can work, that they will work and support themselves. I don't think that it is fair that we run a system where there are absolutely no expectations whatsoever of people who can work and support themselves, or expectations that they will follow the law of the land. Of course, I discuss these matters with my colleagues all across government. There is collective agreement for the proposals that I am setting out, and it is right just as happens with British citizens who have conditional access to benefits or conditional access to social housing, where there is an expectation that you do not make yourself intentionally homeless, otherwise a council does not have a duty to house you, or where if you are engaging in persistent antisocial behaviour, you can leave your social housing. It is not fair if British citizens and long-term residents in this country have to follow one set of rules and comply, that another group of people who also have the right to work get away with not complying. I think that is a basic principle of fairness.
Yeah, who's intentionally making themselves homeless?
You know, it's such a silly thing to say. Also, I've just checked, by the way, So the bespoke scheme where Ukrainians aren't refugees means that they also have the right to work now, right? So the bespoke scheme provides the same rights and entitlements to access work, benefits, healthcare and education that Ukrainians have enjoyed under existing schemes, which means that not only do Ukrainians get the access to work which the vast majority of refugees don't, because they're not technically refugees, they also don't have the same work stipulation that the other refugees have because they're the good refugees.
So because of the good refugees, they're allowed to work, but they don't have to. Whereas the bad refugees are forced to work, but aren't allowed to. Very sensible, not racist country.
Definitely not two-tier system.
No,
not a two-tier system in the slightest.
Expectation is people will comply with the rules.
You have, though, just told us that for years people in this system have not been following the rules. So where is your evidence that any of this will actually make a difference? Because you told one of the newspapers that the UK is a golden ticket for asylum seekers.
Jesus Christ, it genuinely is just some far-right shit. A golden ticket. You're scum. Shabana Benood, you are fucking scum.
Also, thank you for the job to Rapper Band for the 5 gifties and a couple of primary subs. Much appreciated. But it's also just not true.
No.
It's just not true. Like, other countries have proper asylum systems where they actually have asylum accommodation. They don't just throw you into a hotel where people are literally cooking food, where people are literally cooking food on the floor of their showers. That's the situation that they're in. Not only is our country a mess in the way that countries in Europe aren't, and we give them less in terms of support whilst they're here. We just aren't the golden ticket. Like, there's just this inflated sense of this idea that we're so amazing, everyone wants to come here, which isn't true. It's like every American who thinks, well, everyone wants to immigrate to America. No, I really don't. Right? Like,
yeah, exactly, yeah. And then occasionally, an event might spark off a fucking pogrom and they try and burn you alive in your hotel. So that's always a nice little wild card to throw in there to the golden ticket.
That's why people come to this country. But actually, when you look at a comparison with lots of different countries, Britain is less generous, for example, than France. It's less generous than Germany. It's less generous than Denmark, countries where asylum seekers are given €200 and here it's £39. So where's your evidence that this is actually going to make any difference?
Well, look, I mean, I have the misfortune of looking at the way in which organised immigration criminals are selling, effectively, packages to migrants in the north of France and taking their money and putting them on a dangerous boat and crossing the channel. I know that they are advertising the relative generosity of our system, advertising the fact that there is a hotel and bed and board in a hotel awaiting you.
I can't believe you're just spreading this fucking lie that somehow there's the life of Riley on the other side of the channel for people. They're coming here because they have family ties or linguistic ties. That is quite literally the reason that they say when they are asked by interviewers why they're coming to the UK, because I can speak the language, I have family ties, you were the ones who destroyed my country in lots of different cases, right? And she's just peddling this lie that they're all living up the comfortable life inside free hotels rather than being bundled 5 in a room cooking meals on the floor of their fucking showers. She's an absolute fucking disgrace.
Yeah, this
fucking disgrace.
This is monstrous stuff, yeah.
It really is monstrous. It really is monstrous. And again, just this idea of a golden ticket is just completely untrue. And she is the one who wants to continue feeding the business model of the smuggling gangs by refusing to be far more liberal in terms of the routes that are available. And on top of this, all the research shows that changing how draconian your asylum system is barely changes how many people come to claim asylum in your country, because the reasons for choosing a country in most cases are nothing to do with the generosity of the asylum system. It's about family ties and linguistic ties and colonial ties in some cases as well. And on top of this, which asylum seeker, Shabana, do you think is reading BBC fucking news to understand the intricacies of the fucking asylum system on the fly? No, they're being offered these dreams, again, as by criminals, as you say, regardless of whether or not that it's good or not. What incentive do the criminals have to tell the truth about the British asylum system to people that they're trying to scam out £5,000?
Exactly.
Like, just think about this for 5 fucking minutes, you fucking idiot.
And, of course, feeding into the same narratives, which has led to this being the only issue that ever gets talked about. You're just pushing the Overton window further and further and further to the right, thus making it impossible that you will ever actually attain anything like the support of these fucking ghouls that you're chasing.
And it's not just us saying that the Overton window is shifting. Tommy Robinson says it. That was the glowing report that this policy got from Tommy Robinson, was that it was obliterating the Overton window, in his words.
Honestly, if Tommy Robinson likes your policy, Roblox.
Yeah.
When you arrive in Britain, when you've crossed the channel in a boat, we know that that is part of what is driving people to get on those boats in the first place. And I think it is important.
This is going to make a difference.
Well, no, I think it is important that we send a signal. This government has already
Evidence!
started to take action with law.
Well, no, because
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
boom.
Literally, like, fucking evidence is Hamas, I guess.
Yes, it is.
Enforcement across Europe, building new alliances with our European partners to deal with organised immigration crime. My predecessor and myself have both hosted summits with other countries, really increasing our collaboration on law enforcement. We know that's one.
Do you remember when the when the fucking Labour briefcase brigade, the briefcase mafia, were all like, "Oh, Keir Starmer held that conference, and he's going to be the vanguard, the international vanguard against the rise of the far right." That was 2 months ago. And now she's out here, like, literally about to start fucking Roman saluting or something. I don't know.
Literally, it's so true. I remember when he had that pledge about defending migrants' rights and having a migration system based on humanity and compassion. I guess that's just another lie, like all of the lies that he's told up until now, because that's what he is. A proven, morally corrupt serial liar.
True.
Part of the answer. We know that that work has already meant that 20,000 illegal crossings across the channel have been prevented. So that's an important part of the picture. We also need to deal with the pull factors that are persuading people as they're making their calculation about what they should do to cross that channel. We know we need to deal with those pull factors as well. That is why I am setting out the proposals that I am doing. And we need to also enforce the rules once we're here. So it is a full package of reforms, the totality of which I believe will see the number of illegal crossings come down.
But how can people trust you as a government to secure the border when one very simple thing that you said you would do in this area hasn't happened? Lots of viewers will remember a couple of months ago the BBC reported that there was very widespread provision of taxis for asylum seekers, which is costing a lot of taxpayers' cash. The Prime Minister told us on this programme that he would bring a stop to it. Our BBC colleagues reported yesterday, it's still going on. So if you can't control the cab bill and stop taxis being called, in many, many cases, costing a fortune for taxpayers, how on earth are you going to control the channel?
Well, look, I inherited a set of contracts for the provision of asylum support and accommodation from the previous government. I'm furious about the situation in relation to taxis. We are very shortly going to set out the...
It's really interesting to me, as a citizen of Birmingham, when you hear a Labour government say, "Well, we inherited a contract from a previous government, and we have to honour that," because they're currently littering the streets of Birmingham with massive rats the size of T-Rexes because they refuse to honour the contract they already fucking signed with the binmen.
And indeed are refusing to negotiate on the basis of that previous contract, even though the union representing those same bin men is affiliated to the Labour Party. Real great party of Labour.
Yeah. But, the taxi companies, we can't go back on that. That'd be crazy.
results of the review that I have carried out, not just into taxis, but the way that those contracts are working. So I would just say to you, just wait another few days. We will hear more from the government about some of those contracts. But
That's
unfortunately, once you're in contractual...
Well, the reason why, so for people who don't know, the reason why that taxis get used a lot of the time is that asylum seekers will get signed up with an NHS trust to deal with their medical care, because just like anybody who comes to this country, the NHS is there at the point of use.
Yep.
And refugees are often quite ill because of the whole travelling across halfway across the fucking world thing, given the whole conflict they're fleeing. And what happens is that you'll get these legal challenges, you'll get these local responses to migrants being housed in the area, and they'll get picked up and they'll moved along and they're moved around. But our system is so inefficient and shit that they don't change the NHS trust registration for these asylum seekers. So they have to get taxied from their new accommodation to their old trust, which is sometimes the other side of the fucking country. The answer, of course, is A, we should be having like fleets of these kind of things available for local authorities to use for this reason, or for local schools as well if they don't have a school bus that goes to somebody's specific house or whatever. Because there's another problem with the overspenders on taxis for school kids. If we had actually a fleet of publicly owned cars, we could do that ourselves. And second of all, stop moving around the fucking migrants. Have a proper purpose-built migration centre where people can go, rather than using dispersal accommodation because you haven't prepared enough capital investment.
Yeah, indeed. If you allow me a moment of self-indulgence, Ireland in the football today had a fantastic comeback, and they've now managed to squeak into the playoffs in the 95th minute away in Hungary. Amazing scenes. The guy who scored is called Troy Parrott, right? And the Dublin International Airport, the actual fucking international airport, has renamed its Twitter account to Troy Parrott Airport.
Incredible scenes.
Which, like, yeah, I'm okay with that. And I think the entirety of Ireland is okay with that, actually. Yeah. Fuck it. Why not? He's done more for Ireland than most. Good lad. Anyway, sorry.
And they beat Hungary as well.
Exactly.
See those motherfuckers beaten.
Yeah. Take that, Orban, you bitch.
There you go. I mean, that's basically how I choose whichever international football team I support, is how shitty are the politics in that country.
Yeah. Well, I was having that discussion today because I did a watch along of the England game, and we were talking about Brazil being shit now, and I said it's karmic echo from the fact that they elected Jair Bolsonaro. You can't be good at football and elect Jair Bolsonaro. That's not allowed. Okay. Karma was always going to bitch slap you.
Agreements. There are rules that you have to follow in terms of unwinding some of those arrangements. So that is why I commissioned a review. That is why I am dealing with this
So by when will this start?
And I will just simply
give us a time.
Just give us a little bit of time, and I will soon be able to set out what we are going to do differently with those contracts more broadly, but also with the issue of taxis more specifically.
Okay, your claim is that these sweeping changes are going to make a big difference, but you know that many of your colleagues are going to be deeply uncomfortable with this. A couple of MPs have already using language like this is a moral dead end, this is imitating the fear on the right as they see it. And the government has got form. You know, you wanted to cut welfare, and the government bottled it, couldn't get it through the party.
Burn. Solid burn. Just flexing on her now, I think.
Government had wanted to cut winter fuel allowance, bottled that because you couldn't get it through your party. How do you rate your chances of getting this done?
Oh, brutal.
I mean, it's a reasonable question, isn't it? I mean,
yeah. They are
Turns
shit.
out
Yeah.
None of this policy has been gone through with any of their backbenchers. You can be certain of that, given the PIP reforms had been announced 9 months previously. In the entire 9 months between the announcement of the policy and the vote in Parliament, Keir Starmer spoke to his MPs and his backbenchers to get them on times precisely 0 times. Precisely 0 times he spoke to them to get them on side. What makes you think that Mr. Aloof, who never speaks to his own MPs for any reason, would be trying to corral support for this one at any point before now? The answer is, of course, 0% chance.
It's almost like he's not actually a very good politician at all.
Or a very good leader, or a very good prime minister, or a very good person.
Yeah.
Just a terrible human being.
Yeah, pretty bad.
Well, look, firstly, let me say, look, I really reject this idea that dealing with this problem is somehow engaging in far-right talking points.
No, dealing with the problem is fine. It's when you engage in far-right talking points that you're engaging in far-right talking points.
Quite.
You can address this issue through sensible, reasonable policy changes. Even if I don't necessarily always support them or whatever, I understand that I'm to the left of most people in Britain on this issue, and that's fine. You can engage in proper statescraft. What you can't do is go on about it being a golden ticket, or how this is tearing our country apart, or we're becoming an island of strangers. That's the rhetoric of the far right. You are doing that, undeniably. And it's not even like you're doing it accidentally. You're doing it deliberately to try and chase the votes of far right people who will never vote for you.
Exactly. Like, I feel like I am to the right of a lot of the left on this issue in terms of my desire to see proper construction of specific asylum seeker centres for them to go to and not be put into the general population, so they can have proper vetting and biometric checks, and you can keep them outside the general population until you know that they're safe to be going into the general population, but you have all the amenities that's necessary in those centres as well, so they're treated in a humane manner, right? I feel that's a reasonable compromise position on this issue. And yet all we're getting from the Labour government is just can't stay here, you're gaming the system, we have a golden ticket, as you said, all of those things, that is what the problem is, not just trying to get a solution.
Yeah. So you're in favour of a kind of concentration camp?
Yes, I would very much like asylum seekers to be put in concentration camps. Please don't clip this out of context.
Wow, Adnan Hussein was right about you.
I mean, again,
I am the
proper asylum seeker reception centres are how they do it on the continent. They, as has been pointed out by Laura, have much more humane systems than we have. It's perfectly reasonable to say that as long as they have well-functioning and not draconian centres, then that's fine. The issue is when we've tried that before, we've had like fucking Jarl's Wood style shit, which has been notorious for levels of abuse, you know? Like, that's the problem, is that even if we did do those kind of things that I want to see, would I trust Keir Starmer, Shabana Mahmood, or any of one of the rogues gallery of political actors in this country to do this in a humane manner? Well, of course I don't.
Yeah, exactly. Like, when we tried that kind of thing in the past, it was so draconian that they decided to paint over Disney character painted murals on a wall in case the children felt any sense of like belonging or warmth in their souls, you know?
I mean, Robert Jenrick is the most evil man in Britain. Like, I'm safe to say I think he's the most evil man in Britain. I think he is more dangerous than Reform UK, honestly.
If he ever got power, that is true. But as he won't, he probably isn't, practically speaking.
Well, that's true. Unless he joins Reform.
Which is not impossible at all.
Child of migrants myself. My parents came to this country lawfully in the late 60s.
When there were legal routes available to them. Yeah.
Well, they just came here as economic migrants. They came here on assuming on work visas rather than as asylum seekers, you know?
But that's the point. They came there when there were available routes for them to go there, whereas now they don't exist. You quite literally have pulled the ladder up behind you, you fucking ghoul.
And in the 70s, immigration is absolutely woven into my experience as a Brit and also that of thousands of my...
Maybe you shouldn't be such a far-right twat then. Given your understanding of this, you probably oughtn't engage in the kind of racist rhetoric that I'm sure your parents would be very familiar with, having come here in the 70s. During the rise of the National Front and such.
Constituents. This is a moral mission for me because I can see illegal migration is tearing our country apart. It is dividing.
It is tearing our country apart. We're an island of strangers. There'll be blood in the rivers before we know it, I'm sure, won't there, Shabana?
Blood in the rivers? That sounds like a really good name for a speech.
Well, she's basically doing it. She's basically doing that now. Which is, not ideal.
Communities. People can see huge pressure in their communities, and they can also see a system that is broken and where people are able to flout the rules, abuse the system and get away with it. It is a moral mission for me.
And that's just the government. Hey, because they flout the rules and get away with it all the fucking time.
to put that right, because I am not willing to stand by and pretend there isn't a problem when I know there is one, and then to suggest that any solutions to that cannot work, because I believe they can. And I do...
No one's saying that they can't work. It's saying that the thing you're trying to do is monstrous. It's not saying that there aren't solutions. There are. Other countries have far more sensible systems than this.
I mean, it'd be a solution if we just fucking gunned them down from the cliffs of Dover, but it'd also be monstrous, right? Like, there is a line between mowing them down in the Channel and just throwing them into society with no vetting, no asylum process, just go, have at it. An actual open border, not their pretend open borders like people pretend that we have nowadays, that we don't have because you need to claim asylum or you need a visa to be able to come here in the first place. But I digress, right? There is a line between those things where the moral line is. And I am saying that what you're suggesting, Shabana, is crossing that moral line.
I know that I have to persuade people across the country, not just in Parliament, but across the country, that these are reforms that can work. But I believe politics is about dealing with problems, making an argument for why your solutions are the right solutions, and persuading people and having persuaded people to deliver on what you said you were going to do. And that is what I'm focused on as Home Secretary.
And this government has been making a pretty good argument inadvertently to the country this week that it doesn't really know what it's doing. I mean...
What a weird roundabout way of saying that. The government's been making a very good argument that it's shit. Okay. I mean, yeah, kinda.
I mean, Maurice Glassman on Newsnight openly admitted that the reason why they don't know what they're doing is because they thought they had 10 years in opposition. He literally said, we wanted to spend 5 years getting rid of the racists, i.e. Jeremy Corbyn, i.e. people who are opposed to genocide, and then we thought we'd spend the next 5 years after that preparing policy, and then we became the accidental government. It's nice to know that all of the theories that we had in the left in the background just being confirmed by bigwigs who just realised that their wrecking project was the thing that they wanted to care about for the first 5 years.
Well, it's a shame that people didn't have their number completely and utterly from the start. Oh, what's this from Michael Walsh? Labour will win the next election thanks to Murdoch and a complete collapse of hope in politics. Their competent Tory approach will give them one term as the worst Labour government in history, which will ultimately open a gate to an openly fascist government landslide win in 2030.
And that's from a year before the general election.
2023, yeah. So... if only James O'Brien could have had the foresight of some rando on Twitter. Cool.
But there is no problem with Keir Starmer having a massive majority. Because he's the sensible person, he's the adult in the room.
Vibes!
It looks like there's been a shambles this week. There was that catastrophic briefing out from the door of number 10. One of your colleagues told me this is head in hands time. It wasn't Larry the Cat who was getting up to the briefings. What needs to change in number 10?
Oh, yeah, Larry the Cat was fucking slandered as well. Did you see that? I got this, I got it. Here we go. So in the back and forth of, like, sniping at one another, Larry the Cat was traduced. So he was. One senior ally of Starmer has been heard describing Larry the Cat, who has been number 10 Chief Mouser since 2011, as a metaphor for the British state. Old, lazy, too pampered to do the job he was hired for, catching mice, yet unsackable due to a sense of fondness and tradition. Why is Larry the Cat catching strays?
I mean, not catching strays, apparently.
Well, apparently so, yes, indeed. Look, just leave him out of it. Look, he was there before you, and he'll be there after you're gone. He's better than you.
Your government's in such a fucking state that you're briefing against cats.
I'm so glad the adults are back in the room doing a decade of renewal. Fucking mental.
Oh, dear me.
But then, no, they definitely... You know what? I remember his chief pledge at the election was to sort out the Larry the Cat problem.
Exactly. He wanted to restore trust in politics by recruiting a new chief mouser.
Exactly. Fix the foundations, do national renewal, patriotic chief mousing is what we wanted.
The question that was asked here was, what needs to change at the top of number 10? I'm like, all of it. Every single person in the cabinet, apart from Ed Miliband, needs to be completely removed from their posts and replaced with literally anybody else.
Oh, I was going to say just keep Larry. The rest of
Make
them,
Larry PM.
the rest-
Can't do a worse job than Keith.
yeah, the rest of them can do one, but Larry can stay. He's all right.
Look, I think what happened earlier on this week was horribly embarrassing. It's deeply mortifying for everybody in the government, and I'm pleased that the Prime Minister has dealt with it.
Oh God, he even walks like a robot. It's just there's no. It does his shoulders. His shoulders just don't move. He's not. Is he fucking ambulatory above the nipple? We don't know.
I think that everybody needs to draw a line under what's happened and move on, because actually we've got a really important job to do.
what do we
I've
need to
spent
do
the week
differently?
doing, well, what I've spent the week doing is working with my team and my ministers on drawing up these proposals on changes to our asylum system. We actually also this week.
Hello there, fellow humans. I have come to your workplace, your establishment of commerce. Hello.
Abolish police and crime commissioners, because I think that's a failed experiment and it needs to go. We're next week.
Which, by the way, like, I don't particularly mind them getting rid of them because I don't really think they're anything. But you know, the real reason they're getting rid of those is because it's another series of elections that they would get fucking annihilated in.
True.
They've become addicted to just getting rid of elections that they can't win. Just postpone all the councils, get rid of all of these things, get rid of just no more elections. No, because they're just going to get their ass handed to them every fucking time.
I mean, it's ironic that I keep comparing them to the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. It's basically the case. Yeah, no elections anymore. We lost this one, so I'm not going to do any more of those. Sorry, guys. Thank you, Tilly Mills, for the £5. Much appreciated.
We will also be making more changes on legal migration. We all have important, difficult jobs to do, and it is incumbent on all of us as cabinet ministers to focus on the job, because all of this tittle-tattle, these off-the-record briefings, people who haven't got the courage of their convictions to say publicly on the record what they're saying privately to journalists, all of that, it doesn't stand the test of time. The thing that matters is what you do for your country, and that's what we should all be focused on.
This isn't tittle-tattle, though, Home Secretary. This is about what is a fact, is that many people you speak to in the Labour Party.
Well, I mean, it's not even just the briefing. Like, literally, the health secretary came out and said there was a toxic environment in Number 10. That wasn't briefing. He said that publicly. Like, this isn't like some just like inside trading, fucking, you know, behind the curtains Westminster shit. Like, this is out in the open.
Shock as man who's lied down with all of the dogs in Britain as waking up covered in fleas.
Well, talking about covered in fleas, he's gotten rid of the fleas. I don't know if you saw this. He's shaken all of the fleas off, right? And it turns out that the fleas left and did their own thing. And in a recent poll by Ipsos, found that the Labour Party would actually have fewer seats in the Green Party in the next election.
Incredible scenes.
You love to see it. I mean, you don't love to see 400 Reform MPs. That's not ideal. But the Labour Party being in 5th. A masterful gambit.
Not behind the Tories, though, which is even funnier.
Right? No, the Tories are down in 7th. Just ahead of Plaid, which, like, even if Plaid ran the board in Wales, that's not even that many seats they stand in. For fuck's sake, they stand in like 20 seats or something. It's ridiculous.
My assumption is that the Tories will not have any seats, really.
11. That's so embarrassing. Fucking hell. Honestly, I think I'd have to crack one out if they get 11 seats.
And honestly, if Reform do get 400 MPs, at least we'll have a fun 5 years of discovering the absolute reprobates that they've installed into the government.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Well, look at the fucking councillors they've got. Fucking pubeless freaks trying to get rid of school buses in Warwickshire. Like, what?
Party are despairing of the quality of leadership that they see right now. They think that
whoa.
must.
But Keir Starmer can chair a meeting, right? He can write minutes. Those are really important qualities, nearly. He was the sensible centrist who was going to be making the Labour Party the natural party of government and the party of protest and the party of power, not protest, that would put country over party. He had the sensible vibes. What happened to all of that?
Oh, it's almost like none of that's reality and that these fucking Westminster freaks don't know anything.
Almost. It's almost like that's the case.
shape up, that he must sort out how number 10 works, because frankly at the moment, as I said, one of your colleagues summed it up, a mood among many ministers, not all, but it is head in hands time. So what needs to change?
I think the Prime Minister has been absolutely clear that
one of my favourite quotes was an anonymous MP quoting to Alvarea at the New Statesman that they're embarrassed to be seen as a Labour MP in public.
Good, you should be. You've been backing a genocide for 2 years now. Yeah, no, fuck you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. They should all be fucking ashamed of themselves.
Yeah. Indeed so, indeed so. You know what you shouldn't be ashamed of, though? Gifting money to me and no justice. Or no justice and I. Anyway, in the form of bits and sobs and subscriptions and super chats and other things.
Memberships for only 99p, cheaper than a can of Red Stripe.
True. Well, whenever you say Red Stripe, I think of cricket because of its association with the West Indies. Did you see India get bowled out for 93?
I did see India get bowled out for 93.
Absolutely disgraceful activity.
Genuinely incredible to watch an India team. Again, a country of over 1 billion people. Must be an absolute acres and acres of talent for them to pull upon. Who can get beaten by a South African team that's so bad they feel Tony de Zorzi in their team.
And not just that, but to get bowled out, to give up 8 wickets to a man who is 36, playing his 8th Test match, and is a white boy who's a spinner in India. I'm sorry, lads, give it up at that point. You fucked yourselves. Unbelievable. Spectacular work. Set a target of 124 and lost by fucking 30. Stinky poops.
I mean, they had Washington Sundar batting at 3, so it shows you how good their team is now.
Yeah, pretty rough stuff. Also puts into perspective that England couldn't beat that team at home.
So that was before Virat Kohli retired, right?
Oh, yeah, no, okay, true. But, we're going to Australia to play geriatrics and we're going to lose.
I mean, no, Josh Hazlewood and Pat Cummins have been ruled out the first test. I'm crossing my fingers. And Ollie Pope's on form. That means that I feel like he is that's the point of inflection in England's cricketing kind of fortunes is Ollie Pope firing on.
That's such cope. That's such embarrassing cope. I feel sorry for you. We will see. Well, I'll be watching it live if you wish to join me.
Oh, I absolutely will, because it starts on Thursday, right? We can do question time and then watch the Ashes.
Oh, I thought it was Friday, but one of the days.
Friday, it's 2:30 a.m. on Friday, so it's Thursday. So it'll be staying up on Thursday night. I mean, the Australian Test squad for the first Test, they've got an uncapped player they might be opening with who averages 36. I'm quietly confident, you know.
True.
Briefings against any minister or indeed anyone are completely unacceptable. It's not how he does politics. I know that. I've seen him up close and personal. That is not how he operates. It's not how he expects his team to operate. One of the difficulties of these sorts of...
So you're also a proven morally corrupt serial liar.
She is, indeed.
Yeah.
Briefings, it is very difficult to find out exactly who was responsible, but I hope that the individuals who were responsible, who are now feeling the abject humiliation of what has happened, that humiliation will serve as a reminder that they should not indulge in a repeat performance. The Prime Minister has made his position very clear. He sets the tone for the government. None of this is acceptable. We all need to focus on the people who put us in government in the first place. It is
which is Rupert Murdoch. I mean, the people of Britain. Yeah.
Incredible privilege to be the government of this country. We are only ever granted a few years at a time, and Labour governments don't come along that often in the history of this country. We have precious time. We must not waste a single second of it.
And your colleague Wes Streeting had to deny this week that he was plotting any kind of leadership attempt. But it is, it's well known that if the job came free, he'd probably have a tilt at it. Would you?
Look, I don't indulge in this kind of, future hypotheticals and all this ridiculous chitter chatter. It's
This
not
is a
what
valid
I'm
question
about.
because Keir Starmer's
It's not-
leadership is questioned by many
it's
of
not
your
what I'm
colleagues.
about. No, and Keir Starmer's leadership is not only secure, but he has the full support of all of his cabinet. He is our Prime Minister. He led us to a historic general election win at a time when people thought we would not form another government for at least a generation or more. That was only a year and a half ago. I know that things have...
And look how badly it's gone.
And again, like, I hate this, again, talking of cope, I hate this idea that somehow people looked in 2019 and thought Labour will never form another government again. That's just nonsense. Like, no one thought that.
Yeah.
People just wanted to will that into the public consciousness, the idea that Labour was dead because of their association with Corbyn, even though he got more votes than Keir Starmer did. And the fact that he almost won the election in 2017, right? Like, a couple of key votes going different ways, Ruth Davidson not winning loads of seats in the Scottish constituencies might have led Jeremy Corbyn to being Prime Minister in some kind of patchwork coalition, right? Like, there were lots of people in the country who liked Jeremy Corbyn and very few who liked Keir Starmer. It was just a collapse of the Conservative Party out of nowhere. Like, again, this idea that somehow the Labour Party was just kind of dead in the water in 2019 rather than just took a silly position on Brexit and lost a lot of goodwill in the north of England, right? Like, it's such cope. It's such cope.
Yeah. And people forget, Jeremy, he was very, Keir Starmer was very close to losing the leadership anyway, because until the Tories completely collapsed, he was very unpopular and losing by-elections as the opposition. So unpopular was he?
I mean, speaking of Angela Rayner, like, she was in the position, had all the trade unions on board to launch a coup and oust him after the loss in Hartlepool.
Yep.
And the only reason that he didn't quit was because Morgan McSweeney essentially said, you won't quit and you will do whatever I tell you to do from now until the election. And he did that, and now Labour are the least popular government ever.
Ever.
Been difficult. Government is always difficult. There are always challenges. The most important thing is Keir Starmer is our Prime Minister. We won a general election. We've been granted a privilege and precious time to set the direction for our country. All of us have to make sure that we do not waste a single second of that time.
And our time is nearly gone. Briefly, what should the Prime Minister say to Donald Trump about the mess at the BBC?
Well, look, I'm not going to comment on any conversations that might take place between the Prime Minister or the President, but the government, the Prime Minister and the rest of the government have made it very clear. We support the BBC. It is an important national institution. Impartial news has never been more important, but that's why we do say to the BBC, it's really important. You've apologised. You've got to get your house.
No, what he should say is, come back to me when Bill Clinton's dried cum is off your fucking face.
True.
In order as well, but we are supporters of the BBC and we believe it has an important role to play in our national life and standing for impartial news in an ever more contested world.
Should he give the BBC, Donald Trump any money?
That is not something that I'm going to comment on, because that if there are conversations happening, I'm not going to provide a running commentary on them. The BBC needs to get its own house in order, but it is an institution that we absolutely support.
Okay. Home Secretary, thank you very much indeed for coming in and speaking to us this morning. It's going to be a very interesting couple of days as those proposals are.
She can't even say, no, we shouldn't be paying money out to Donald Trump, and people in the media class and on the opposite side of policies and on the opposite side of politics who are suggesting that it would be a good thing if that happened are traitors to the country if they think that. She should come out and say that, and that would be a good thing if she did, and she can't even bring herself to say it. Because that's what right-wingers are like. Like, Liz Truss and the rogues gallery of right-oid idiots are like, I want Trump to take loads of public money. I want Trump to eviscerate the public purse because we hate the BBC so much we're willing for our own public money to get spent bailing out a fucking millionaire friend of Jeffrey Epstein. And these people need to be called the traitors that they are.
True. Very true. There's also this one.
Ethical AI is this?
Indeed. The only good use of AI, I think. Or it's just a real image.
Who knows?
Poured over. Remember, of course, as ever, we want to know what you think, so you can email us, koonsberg@bbc.co.uk, or on social media. If you're that way inclined, you can use the hashtag BBC Laura Kay, and you can even send us a WhatsApp these days. 08000 282 161 is the number. And if you haven't done yet, you can sign up also to our newsletter that miraculously pops into your inbox every Thursday. Now, the offer of help from an opposition party to a government isn't always just a kind act. But the Conservatives have said they'd work with the government on immigration. Really? Let's ask the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philp, who used to...
Oh, wow. We're going to talk about what topic again? Immigration. Wow. This is the first time ever. Because it's never been talked about. Never.
But we never talk about immigration.
Never.
Talk about it.
To be a Home Office minister and now talks on these matters for the Conservatives. Will you vote for what the Labour Party is putting forward?
Good morning, Laura.
Good
Well,
morning.
look, if the Labour Party make proposals that are sensible, that are in our national interest, we will support those because we're a responsible opposition. From what I've heard so far, we've got a mixture of a few gimmicks, rather like their previous Smash the Gangs gimmick, which obviously was laughable and didn't work. One or two proposals which are steps in the right direction. But to be absolutely honest, I don't think these proposals are anything like radical enough. Legal and illegal immigration is in danger of breaking Britain. We need...
Wowzer. It's literally just a race to the bottom. Who can be the most far-right piece of shit?
Yep.
Radical solutions to that, including coming out of the ECHR, so we can then deport every single illegal arrival within a week of their feet touching the shore, stop paying benefits to foreign citizens, and making sure that people who come here illegally can't claim asylum at all, all of which are much tougher than what you've heard from Shabana Mahmood
But in terms of
and
what
the
the
Labour
government
Party.
is...
Which, by the way, you'd have to also get out of the what do you call it? Not just the ECHR, oh, for fuck's sake, I can't remember what it's called now. The UN thing about asylum seekers.
Refugee Convention.
Refugee Convention is the phrase I'm looking for. Yeah, you'd also have to remove yourself from that. It's not just the ECHR. You dopey bastard.
Yes.
Putting forward, do you agree with a fundamental question about whether a refugee that's granted the right to stay here, that should be a temporary status? Do you agree with that change of principle?
Yes, I agree with that change of principle. And for people who arrive here illegally by small boat, as you can see on the photograph behind us, I'd go even further and say if someone gets here illegally, they shouldn't be able to claim asylum at all, and in fact should be deported within a week of arrival. And that is important because it'll have a deterrent effect. If illegal immigrants are in France, obviously a safe country, if they know if they come here they'll get removed in a week, they're not going to bother attempting the crossing in the first place.
But in terms of that specific change...
Yay, Britain becomes a rogue state. Fantastic.
I mean, did you see the, speaking of boats, did you see that the UK might not be sharing some intelligence with the United States in case they use it to bomb boats for no reason in the Caribbean?
Which is fascinating, given that we were actively giving information to Israel to do exactly that to people on land.
It is funny, really, that we have greater conditions placed upon our intelligence sharing with America than we do with Israel, which is quite funny. But all of the Tory fucking rogues gallery of dickheads like Priti Patel and Suella Braverman admonish the government for not making us party to being a rogue state, or even more than usual, you know?
Yeah.
Like...
Well, when they said they wanted to break the law in limited and specific ways, they meant all of the ways and in every possible context.
All the time.
Yeah.
Change about refugee status, because it would be a big change if that goes through Parliament. If you had a constituent who'd lived here for nearly 2 decades, they'd maybe settled here, their kids were at school, would you support them being sent back to their country if it became safe?
Well, I think the point about refugee status is it's providing temporary protection from persecution, and if those circumstances in the home country change, it is reasonable that they return. Now, of course, there are other visas people can apply for. So, for example, if someone's here as a refugee, genuine refugee, having entered the country legally, and I do stress legally because for illegal immigrants, they should all be deported straight away. But if someone's come here legally and gets asylum, they could, of course, apply for a work visa, right? If they're earning a salary at a certain level, they could apply for a family visa. There are other options.
So, like, but when you say arrived legally, you're just going to make it, as you did when you were in government, that there are no legal ways of getting here.
Yep.
So it's literally going to be a catch-22 and make it impossible.
It's almost like that's the whole point, and they don't want to have to deal with anybody.
Yeah, because they're garbage people.
Options as well, but I don't think providing people with temporary protection.
If Laura Kuenssberg is the award-winning journalist we're told that she is, you'd hope that would be the follow-up question of what legal way would a refugee have to get to the country so that they could get access to those visas.
Yeah.
Should be a permanent right to stay.
In terms of the government's other proposals, so taking away accommodation and taking away the £39 a week, I think it is, that is given to asylum seekers who are here, do you support those proposals?
I mean, it's tinkering at the edges. I mean, it's not going to make a big difference. Look, I don't object to it in principle, but it's not going to work. It's not enough. It's little. It's, you know, it's gimmicks. It's rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. It's not going to stop people getting on boats like that one in the photograph, because the pull factor is so strong. The only thing that will stop those people leaving northern France and coming here on small boats is the sure and certain knowledge that within a week of their feet touching down, they're going to get deported. I've been to those camps last August, just a couple of months ago. I've spoken to migrants there, and they think they can come here and work illegally. They think their chances of getting removed are virtually zero. And you know what? They're right, because under this Labour government,
Okay, what happened when you were in government? Specifically as a Home Office minister?
I wonder. It would be interesting to know what happened to people when, you know, the gangs were trafficking people to work here illegally. I wonder what happened then.
95% of people who've crossed the Channel have been allowed to stay. Only 5% have been removed. And we've got to break that. Until we break that, the illegal crossings will continue.
But yes, because there's no other way for them to get here, and it's legal for them to get here via regular means and then claim asylum. Because they have legitimate refugee claims, which you've already stated before people can have. There are legitimate refugees who are fleeing persecution, which you've admitted are the case, and there are a large number of people who arrive via small boat who do have that. Upwards of 60% of those are found to have legitimate claims of asylum on legitimate grounds of persecution. And those are the ones not getting deported because we shouldn't be deporting them. That's the whole point.
And we risk illegal migration and very high legal migration breaking Britain.
But I can hear almost people yelling at the telly and say the reason it's got to this situation is because those problems were stored up on your watch. And it's all very well now you saying there must be these radical solutions, it must go further, and it's really dreadful and the government's making a mess of it. But I know you've acknowledged before you made lots and lots of mistakes. How do you front up to telling the government what they're getting wrong when your record on this area was so terrible?
Look, we've got new leadership. Okay, Kemi Badenoch was never Prime Minister before. I was never Home Secretary before. Although I would say...
You were a Minister in the Home Office.
Yeah, you were in the Home Office. Fuck off. You don't get to fucking wash your hands of this.
Yeah,
you can't say I didn't get to be the Home Secretary. You were a Minister in the Home Office.
I was a junior minister about 6 years ago for about 18 months. But look, the last government got things wrong. I've acknowledged that.
Okay, well, if you didn't do anything, give your wages back. If you did nothing whilst you were in that position for those 18 months, give those wages back. Because you didn't serve the people of Britain. You had no noticeable impact, apparently, on the Home Office. So you're going to give that money back to the taxpayer? And why did you steal it in the first place? I think we should deport you to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you had an obligation to work during those 18 months and you refused. It's outrageous.
In the last full year of the last government, 2023, the number of Channel migrants went down.
You did also kind of let in 1 million people, though, so get wrecked. Boris, wave anyone? Hello.
Had a Rwanda removals deterrent that would have seen illegal immigrants getting removed, right?
Only deported 4 people
because
oh, you can look at his face. He's so annoyed that he's being questioned.
You know, it never started. It was due to start just after the election. And
Oh, you failed? You failed to do anything? Because you were breaking the law? Intentionally, knowing that you couldn't get anything through? Yeah, brilliant, well done. And then going, no, we've just decided that reality is different, and then going back to the courts and they're going, but reality isn't different. It's still illegal.
Keir Starmer he cancelled it without any replacement, and as a result, under Labour...
To be fair... it was one of the few promises he made during the election that he did keep.
It's true. People elected him on the grounds that he would do that, or at least that was one of the things he said as part of the prospectus for government. Clearly, people didn't care enough about your stupid Rwanda plan that was named had worked.
Shabana Mahmood has been Home Secretary 75 days. Do you know how many illegal immigrants across the Channel? 10,000.
Well, we
and in
reported on that.
Yeah, she literally did the thing. Were you not watching? Did you arrive late or something? Because she literally showed it on the fucking screen next to you. Well, next to where you are right now.
And in Labour, indeed, and in Labour's first year, there were a record ever number of asylum claims, 111,000. They made a huge mistake by cancelling that Rwanda deterrent with no replacement. Numbers have surged as a result, and that is why we need radical action come out of the ECHR, which will enable us to deport every single illegal immigrant within a week of arrival, and that will have a deterrent effect, not some of these little tinkering measures or gimmicks which Shabana and the Labour Party are proposing.
I think it's going to be a fiery conversation in the next couple of days. Just briefly, who do you have more sympathy for, Donald Trump or the BBC?
Well, on this issue, Donald Trump is the wronged party. The BBC.
Honestly, it's like a conga line of dick sucking at this point.
It really is. They all just want to slob on the knob.
It's embarrassing. Like, you know he's not going to be there in a few years, and you're going to have to try and justify why you said these things.
He's also a close compatriot of the world's most notorious child sex trafficker,
Peter Mandelson.
You see,
of course,
unfortunately,
you
put
are
together.
jesting. I want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
Edited together a video in a way that completely misrepresented what Donald Trump.
No, it didn't completely misrepresent him at all. It actually didn't.
No, because he
Trump
did
said-
inspire a attack on the Capitol. He was instrumental in egging his followers on, and his followers admitted that they did follow on his orders, and they said they were there because he told them to be there. And that's just all true. One edited clip, admittedly, I think it was bad, they shouldn't have done it, but it's hardly like a massive fucking deal, is it? It's very much a nothing burger.
Yeah.
It does not change the reality of what the film was actually saying, which was that there was an insurrection and he did egg it on, and it was his fault.
Yeah.
The BBC were in the wrong on this. They should have apologised a lot faster. We expect a lot higher standards than that of our national broadcaster.
And should licence fee payers' money go towards the White House?
No, I don't think so. It's look, we all work hard and pay our licence fee.
Even Chris Philp can outdo Shabana Mahmood on this.
Outflanked to the left by Chris fucking Philp. Brilliant. You're an embarrassment, Labour Party. Hang your fucking heads in shame.
I don't think sending some of it over to Mar-a-Lago would be a smart thing to do.
Okay, Chris Philp, Shadow Home Secretary, thank you very much indeed for coming in to see us today. Thank you very much indeed. Well, I think it is certain to be a very vigorous debate about the government's new migration proposals in the next couple of days. There's going to have to be lots of legislation, lots of debates in Parliament. Might not be easy for the Labour Party, and you can hold that the opposition parties aren't completely impressed with it either. Steve, firstly to you, what did you think of how Shabana Mahmood presented her plans?
Listen, I think linking residency to economic capability has got to be a positive thing. I mean, we surely shouldn't allow migrants to stay if they can't contribute to society. And I think the model that we've got on welfare...
Okay, but like, you're not allowing most of them to do that? It's ridiculous.
Also,
overall,
like,
even
what about other people that don't have jobs? Do we deport them as well?
Yeah,
What's the
deport
difference?
the landlords, yeah. Because they don't fucking do anything.
outside of migrants has just gone way too far. It's unsustainable for the country. Migrants are one of the challenges that we face, but there are many more. So, linking to economic activity.
See, you'd think that there weren't any other challenges because we never talk about anything else. You'd think it was the only problem we have.
Is key. Taking a firmer stance. You know, we are a G7 country, but these migrants travel through several other G7 countries before getting to our shores and take the risks they take. We clearly are deemed as a soft touch.
Mariella,
It's just not, again, it's just fucking become received wisdom at this point when none of it's fucking true. Like, the basic truth, which is undeniable, is quite literally undeniable that they come here for linguistic reasons, for colonial ties and family ties. That is undeniable, that is just a complete, irrevocable fact. And they just go on about, oh, we're just a soft touch, when, as was pointed out by Laura Kinsberg on the show before, that is just not true.
Before we had our conversation, you said you were very worried about the rhetoric. Shabana Mahmood tried to defend what she's doing by also using her own family history. What did you make of that?
Well, I mean, I absolutely understand that it has become a major issue. I still think that the reason it's become a major issue is because it's been appallingly managed by successive governments, and I'm not sure that
like major news institutions leading with nothing but immigration solidly for 20 fucking years might have had a contributory factor as well.
True.
enormous faith in the ability to completely recreate the system, which is what Shabana Mahmood is talking about in the short term, which is exactly when I think a lot of voters want to see something delivered. You know, I think that vilifying people who try and come here, or the idea that you're going to have, you know, everyone who arrives here illegally, you're going to then return within a week is completely laughable. I mean, it wouldn't be possible to do. But also, if you look at the amount of people who do arrive here by small boats and are then granted asylum because they have legitimate claim to asylum, it's way up in the sort of 70% mark. So what you're talking about is people who are getting here by whatever desperate means they can, but actually a lot of the time do qualify. I think that the whole system, as I said earlier, desperately needs an overhaul. I think that people should be allowed to work while they're waiting for those claims to be processed. And I would really worry about the idea of the insecurity for people, of knowing that they could be returned at any point to the place they can. 20 years, that's as long as I've been married. I mean, you create a life in 20 years.
I mean, that for Paul, in terms of sort of integration, that could it not be an issue for people? If at any point you think you might be sent back to your country of origin and you're here legally, isn't that going to create more instability in those kinds of communities?
I think that is a real concern, and potentially it does cut across efforts to integrate people effectively. I was pleased to hear the Home Secretary talk about safe and legal routes, because I think it's really important. None of us want to see people making dangerous channel crossings. I think it's right as well that we quickly and fairly process claims. I mean, I have to say, to hear Chris Philp, without a hint of irony, talk about gimmicks when it comes to migration. You rightly pulled them up on Rwanda, £700 million for 4 volunteer returns. But also the mask slipped a little bit, didn't it? Because Chris then also used it as an opportunity yet again to make the ideological case for coming out of the ECHR, which would cut across all of our rights. So I think there are some steps in the right direction, but I do have concerns, particularly about those points about the indefinite leave to remain.
But there are a lot of people who think actually the only way to do this is to have a fundamental legal change rather than endless tightening and tweaking of measures that successive governments have done over the years. I mean, Steve, I just wonder, do you have faith, I suppose, in the government at the moment actually to get any of this done? Because this week has been a shambles, and it was interesting. The Home Secretary was using words like mortifying. You know, obviously ministers are furious about what's going on. Do you have any faith in them at the moment?
It's difficult to have faith this week, isn't it, for all of us? I mean, we've had a terrible week in politics. You wonder what other countries think of what we're doing. We saw on Friday the pound fall, the stock market fall, the cost of debt rise. Clearly the markets are saying we don't like this, and it's irresponsible.
Oh, well, heaven forbid we anger the markets.
Well, interest rates are going down anyway. Like, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
At this moment, to be considering leadership challenges before a budget, I mean, it's an act of lunacy, frankly, to be considering that right now.
And in terms of the pressures coming up to the budget, you know, you employ a lot of people, you run a big company with fingers in lots of different pies. How grim is the economic picture?
The interesting thing, I talk to lots of business leaders, I'm fortunate to do that. I meet lots of people that are frustrated with the country, but actually are quite positive about their own businesses. Right. So I think we have the prospect to get this country back on track. We need government to do a better job. We need government to be consistent. We need not to have this activist activity in the political party. And we need...
Oh, no, heaven forbid political parties have activists. That'd be terrible. What
a fucking insane thing to say.
In the same way that I'm sick of these sports people at football clubs. What's going on?
Like, whenever you hear someone say, I can't believe you're playing politics, and like PMQs, yeah, like politics in the House of Commons. Like...
Fuck me. Like, surely if there's one place where you have to do politics, it's in the building which is specifically assigned for doing nothing but politics.
It's so dumb. I just hate it. Again, like, political activists are the whole point of a political party. Like, that's the whole reason why you'd get elected. But again, these fucking idiotic centrist boobs live in this world of no ideology where neoliberalism is rote scripture. And the only reason you engage in politics is to be the more efficient manager of the neoliberalism. And everything outside of that is poisoned by ideology. And so everyone else who doesn't subscribe to their kind of myopic view of what the world is must therefore be a quote-unquote activist. It's really fucking dumb.
Not to have these, this change this week around income tax. I mean, it just looks like chaos to everybody. And we've got to have a clearer set of direction for the country.
One of the modern phenomenons around budgets is this incredibly influential role of the Office for Budget Responsibility. Essentially, they check the government's figures and they sort of set the overall parameters. But a lot of people are starting to think, are they too influential, Paul?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I think it's time for a root and branch review of the role of the OBR. Part of that speculation this week has been driven by the OBR's publication of those productivity forecasts. The forecasts themselves, the timing of the forecasts, it means the goalposts are constantly changing for the Chancellor, and it's hard to make long-term decisions in the face of those short-term changes. Longer term, though, in terms of the OBR, everybody agrees you should have fiscal rules, but I think the OBR doesn't value...
I think you can be flexible, yeah. Because, like, things happen.
Well, I mean, the whole reason why we've had this whole stupid fucking song and dance and briefing circular firing squad stuff around what's happening with the budget about will there is income tax, will they not, will they this, will that, blah, 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 is because to be able to fit the fiscal rules, it is predicated on what the OBR predicts. It's not even based on anything fucking real. It's based on a bunch of guesswork from overpaid idiots at the OBR. And them just going to the government and saying, oh, we've had a look at it, it's a bit different from what we first thought, means that the whole basis of what they can and can't do to hit those fiscal rules, based upon the projections, again, made up fucking estimations about what the future economy will look like, change the entire gamut of what they expect to do with their policies, just because the OBR have got to be a bit different, won't it? And that entire premise is based upon how you keep markets in line, rather than markets reacting to government policy as they do and make policy. It's so stupid. Just get rid of it. Get rid.
Other than maybe like royal correspondents, are there any more worthless professions than economist?
I know, right?
Like you're just guessing. You're gambling basically, but with like the entire world's money. Thanks. Yes, thank you, Wayward Asturian, with 1312 bits. Yes, don't forget you can give bits and subs and blah 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 blah, etc. to both of us, or one of us, but both of us probably. Yeah.
The policies that invest long term in the UK economy. Under the previous Labour government, an initiative like Sure Start wouldn't have been scored positively by the OBR because they have a very narrow 5-year horizon. And actually, you've got to think about big investments in our NHS, public services, infrastructure take longer term
so
to have a
just to
positive
explain
impact.
some of the technicalities, you're saying that the number crunchers should take into consideration possible cash.
Oh, absolute violation. To my question about worthless jobs, Twitch streamer.
You just assaulted me.
Fair. Got us there.
Absolutely. Sort of on that basis, I did see this, which was... I mean, I have to agree with this, basically. Where are we? Did you see that this dickhead, the one that goes around screaming at women about how they're terrible and awful, got arrested? Which is nice.
You love to see in Florida of all places as well. Blimey. Imagine being so much of a dickhead that you get arrested in Florida as a white guy.
Mental. And quite rightly, Roy Drones Jr., lovely name, says, we need to imprison every single streamer until there are none left. That would help heal this broken country.
Well, yeah, I'm glad they're saying about the United States. Also, thank you to the Good Globalists for the 10 gifties.
Correct. All streamers are...
Thank you for contributing to the streamer, my stream, as the lowest rung of society. Clearly, I need all the help I can get.
You are enabling at this point, okay?
Benefits from policies that the government's pursuing.
Well, absolutely. I mean, just take this week, the government announced through Great British Nuclear Energy investment in new nuclear power in North Wales. The long-term impact of that is not going to be felt within the next 5 years, and the OBR just won't take that into account. So I think it's really important that the Chancellor uses the budget to show she's on the side of working people. She stays the course on investment, and frankly, the OBR needs to help that process. And at the moment, as I say, I think there's a case for a root and branch review of the OBR, so it doesn't act as...
Well, basically, it's the Tories' way of baking in neoliberalism forever. That's what the OBR basically do.
Yeah. Pretty much.
It's a straitjacket on growth.
So it's one of the things that's making life tricky for the government.
Absolutely.
But Mariella, what do you think of what's going on in government at the moment? I mean, there's been a bit of a soap opera, hasn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely, it's been a bit of a soap opera. But you know, there hasn't been a leadership challenge. There's been people speculating about it. So I think the idea that that this is a bad time for a leadership challenge, it hasn't happened. You know, I thought that actually, in many ways, it was ironic that it gave Wes Streeting a platform in which to be incredibly lucid, funny, and engaging, and probably set himself up very well for future leadership. I think with the budget, you know, it will affect me in the same way as it'll affect, you know, every single person in the land. But
no, it won't. No, it literally won't. You are a multi-millionaire. You will be fine.
Literally.
Yeah. It will affect me in exactly the same way it will a single mother of 3 children in Warrington. No, it won't. No, it won't.
Yeah, doubt. Press X to doubt.
But the amount of speculation about this budget and the length of time that it's continued for, and I think it's absolutely ludicrous. I kind of hark back to the old days when the budget landed and then you had to deal with it, because the amount of airtime, the amount of, policies put out there and then pulled back in. I don't know how much we blame government and leakage for that, because I presume that the leakage is intentional. If it isn't, then that's really worrying.
Well, some of it is and some of it isn't, and sometimes it's hard to tell the difference, frankly. Paul, briefly.
Yeah, I go in workplaces week in, week out, and I can tell you, in no workplaces.
To be fair, the leakage from Larry the Cat is understandable given he's 14. That's going to happen.
True. That's true. Not quite as good as the leakages coming out of 42.
True. Although less of a leak and more of a spurt. Very nice.
True.
People interested in the ministerial top trumps and who's up and down in number 10. What they want is the government to show they're on the side in terms of tackling the cost of living crisis and improving the lives of working people.
OK, well, at the end of the programme, I'm afraid, Mariella, I'm going to ask you all something else about the budget, but we'll get your top tips for what you would like to see in that red box. It has not been, as we've just been discussing, a vintage week for British institutions, either the government or indeed this 100-year-old organisation in which we sit this morning. The BBC's chairman described Donald Trump as a very litigious fellow.
Isn't Donald Trump a 100-year-old institution that Bill Clinton used to sit in?
And the chair's apology to the president for a bad edit of one of his speeches failed to change Donald Trump's mind on whether to sue the BBC. As we speak, the White House is still going after the Beeb. Well, before Donald Trump doubled down on his plan to sue, I asked the former Director General, Lord Hall, how could the organisation clean up its mess and if the BBC should cough up.
No, should not happen. And I think I'm not a lawyer and I don't know about Floridian state law. But my view is that this should be, if necessary, you've got to get their advice on how you keep this going forward. But I can't see any. Well, I would never. I don't think we should agree to any money being paid to Donald Trump. You're talking about license fee payers' money. You're talking about public money. It would not be appropriate.
Why is it when things go wrong at the BBC that the handling of mistakes always seems so bad? I mean, you're no stranger to scandal. You're involved.
Who else is on the show today?
With the Panorama, with the late.
Because I don't really fucking care about this BBC shit. I've heard enough of it already.
It's a bit.
There's Ed Davey on, right?
Yeah, Ed Davey. Do you want to have a listen to Ed Davey?
Go on, let's do some Ed Davey, shall we?
Because it is value for money, if nothing else.
Yeah. They're getting on the blower to Donald Trump and trying to talk him out of suing the BBC. Sir Ed Davey, the party leader, was here a bit earlier today, and I started by asking him if the BBC should cough up.
Wow, it's almost like there's an agenda on this TV show. Honestly, the manufacturing consent machine is going to need some serious repair work done to it after this.
It's been oiled up.
It's been absolutely driven at 110%.
No, I'm a great defender of the BBC and Britain.
The fuck is wrong with his eyes? What? How can you be squinting, mate? It's broad daylight. Stop it.
Public service broadcasting, it's crucial to our free media, but there's no way they should pay Donald Trump. I have my own criticisms of the BBC, as you know. They're not with the coverage of Donald Trump, but they are with the coverage of British politics. And I think it's important the BBC improve that to keep the trust of the British people.
In terms of what should happen next, though, what should Keir Starmer do? Should he intervene?
Absolutely. He needs to show that the relationship...
It looks like he's squeezing out a fart. It really does.
He's been trying to build up with Donald Trump, which I...
Look at that. He literally is. He's like, oh. It's just never quite... It's a fart that's teasing him.
I've been critical of, but if it's going to mean anything, he really has to get Donald Trump to withdraw this lawsuit.
Isn't he entitled to want to seek some kind of redress or perhaps revenge because the BBC made a mistake in its coverage of him?
Well, the BBC have...
This is so fucking stupid. This is a man who lies about everything. misquotes everybody and makes up random crazy shit all the time, and we're supposed to pearl clutch about this one time the BBC did a thing. Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Like, he's out there being like, maybe we can inject bleach into your dick to get rid of fucking COVID. I don't care what he has to say. He's a fucking lunatic. Fuck him off.
Yeah, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Yeah.
They're eating Larry the cat.
Well, exactly. Keir Starmer's eating Larry the cat. Because I've done this joke before, but I'll do it forever. He's looking a bit thin now, and Downing Street's only a place for fat cats.
Hey.
Have rightly apologised. There was an error made, but the idea that the head of a foreign government, of an ally of our country, should be...
They're not an ally. In what way does America help us?
I mean, all they do is lord over us. Like, that's the thing. The special relationship is, yeah, it's special because it's a cuckold relationship. It's special because it is a BDSM relationship where we are the whipping child.
Exactly. Literally nothing. And don't get me wrong, it's a perfectly normal reaction to an old man dropping some paper and you pick it up for him. But it's so emblematic of Britain's problem that a fucking bumbling old cunt who happens to be the president of America and a rapist drops all his papers on the floor, and Keir Starmer bends down on the floor on his hands and knees like a bitch. And like scrabbles around at his feet. Oh, can I just get those papers for you, Mr. Trump? Please don't eviscerate my nation, please. Fucking pathetic.
My country is very thick and we need a trade deal.
It's so embarrassing. How do you look at... Like, his wife... I hope his wife's getting cock on the regular so much that it's like it has to be measured in miles per hour. Just like... because she can't stand the sight of him anymore. She's so embarrassed that she's fucking married to this creature. But they can't get divorced because you've got to wait till the kids are grown up. Fucking embarrassing. Whilst these are fucking sucking Ukrainian rent boy dick. Yeah, I'm going wild tonight. I'm not even fucking pulling back. Sue me, you cunts.
Allegedly in the video game, Michael.
No, not allegedly. It definitely happened.
Undermining our public institutions, our media, I think is quite outrageous. I think the millions of TV licence fee payers will be shocked that Donald Trump is coming to pick their pocket. And what worries me above all is Trump's America is coming to Britain if we're not careful. Trump has undermined the freedom of American press. He's taken money away from their public service broadcasters. He's threatened them. He's had lawsuits against media companies. He's trying to silence criticism of himself in America. And if we allow this to happen...
Whereas, of course, in Britain, you're only allowed to do that on behalf of Israel.
True.
Every other curtailment of press freedoms is bad, except for Israel. That's fine.
Happen. It'll be Trump's America becoming Farage's Britain. You know, it's quite disgraceful that a leader of the British Party, Nigel Farage, is egging Donald Trump on as he attacks one of our institutions, attacks our media, and attacks the pockets of millions of licence fee payers.
Let's then talk
He's a Call him a traitor. Call him a traitor. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, I wish everyone was Zach Polanski in this regard. Just fucking call them fascists. Call them dickheads.
Yeah.
Like, call him piss boiled Morgan.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Because, like, Ed, you're going to end up in the camps with us as well. At least have the balls to deserve being there.
Yeah.
Don't meekly accept your fate. Just go, it's really bad that Farage is egging him on. No, call him a wanker. You're on the BBC right now. Call him a cunt. They'll bleep it out, but, like, everyone will know you said it. And I would instantly, my respect for you would go up 500%.
Call him a turncoat monster. Fuck it.
Yeah, exactly. Call him Lord Haw-Haw.
Call him a fucking who was the one who defected from the British during the during the Revolutionary War?
Fucking fucking hell! Yes, that lad.
The name's on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah,
I can't remember it.
Yeah, someone in chat will know. Americans, help us out. Not Davy Crockett. He was at the Alamo. I can't remember. Benedict Arnold.
That's the one.
I've got there before chat, so you can shut the fuck up, chat. You pricks. I remembered.
Yeah, reverse Benedict Arnold.
Yeah.
What do you make of the Home Office's new suggestions to crack down on illegal immigration. And let's start with their idea that refugees who've been given permission to be here have to stay for 20 years before being allowed to settle permanently and given that status.
Well, we're going to look at the details they proposed. It's right that we have some measures to tackle the chaos of the immigration and asylum system that's created by the Conservatives. We put forward our own ideas. For example, we've said there should be a Nightingale COVID-style approach to processing the asylum backlog so that people who have no right to be here are deported and people who do have a right to be here can get on with their lives. So that's a positive idea from the Liberal Democrats.
And we've discussed that before in a previous interview. But
and it's basically not even an idea.
Well, it's not really, but like, I like the idea of, again, it's the kind of nicey aspect of it. You're like, okay, like I could probably get on board with that. Whatever it is, whatever idea he has in his head of what, building emergency temporary housing for asylum seekers or something, I don't know. Like your idea of having like a proper camp, but it'd be like a temporary thing, like they did with the Nightingale hospitals, I guess. Maybe, I don't know.
Principle, is it right in your view to
like
extend that?
There's one thing that the Nightingale hospitals show, which is that if the government really want to do anything, they can. If they really want to, they can do pretty much anything pretty quickly.
I mean, like the fact that we had all our homeless people housed during the pandemic, right? Like we decided that we wanted to house them, and we did.
Because they could do that. They were a danger to rich people, and then as soon as it was like, oh, they're probably not that much of a danger to rich people. Back on the streets, you cunts.
Literally, we could have done that the whole time, and then we never did because obviously, why would we? Because that would undermine the bargaining power of landlords.
Yes, and indeed employers, because one of the things that keeps people in line is I don't want to be homeless.
Exactly.
I know that was a fucking major factor for me. Because the idea of being homeless is like hell or something. Like, I don't want that shit. So you're prepared to put up with worse conditions than you would otherwise.
That period where they might have to spend 20 years here, and during that time they could be sent back almost at any moment, even if there's established lives here.
So there is a danger here if the government gets this wrong, and it will prevent refugees contributing to our society, paying taxes, setting up businesses, helping us grow our economy, and that will be self-defeating. So
exactly, give me bits and subs so that I'm not homeless. I mean, I'm not really in any danger at the minute of being homeless, but if you give me bits, I would be even further from homelessness, and I would appreciate that. Ditto for No Justice.
In which case, thank you, Duck. Thank you, Duck Authority, for re-upping 27 months of Prime. Seek help.
Yeah, you know you're giving money to an Islamophobe. A notorious Islamophobe.
We will look at the details, but we have some concerns.
The small number of asylum seekers who have a right to work, the government's saying if they can work or if indeed they break any rules.
God, he's such a hammy actor. Look at him. Like he's posing like he's one of the kind of minor players in a Poirot bit. He's about to go, well, Lord Rothermere, I saw you put the knife in the drawer.
In accommodation and financial support would be withdrawn, is that right?
We've argued for a long time to give asylum seekers the right to work, and then they wouldn't need support from the government. They'd be paying more taxes, and a lot of analysis of our proposals show that it would save the taxpayer billions of pounds, be better for our economy, and better for those asylum seekers.
Other people...
And of course Nigel Farage appears in the Epstein documents. All of the evil bastards ever do. It's like literally when you get to the pearly gates of heaven. I think the Book of Life is actually it works in reverse. They've got the Epstein documents, and if your name's in it, you take the down escalator. It's as sure a measure as any. All of the evil people are in those fucking documents.
It is kind of incredible, really, that the all the conspiracy stuff from QAnon about the elite paedophile cabal. Obviously, clearly it existed, right? But as far as they were concerned, there was a secret code where it was just like where pizza restaurant means the Epstein Island and margarita means child, and the method of delivery is the price of the pizza. And in reality, it's messages that have been sent via unprotected email addresses saying, I would very much like to do the child rape, please. I am the ambassador to Turkey.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Did Bubba get sucked off by DJT, whoever that is?
Would say that would just create an even stronger magnet to pull people here to the UK. But
Well,
on the
but I
idea of
think they're wrong
removing
on
their
that.
support, is that right or wrong in your view?
Well, our approach would be to give them the right to work. I made that really
And
clear.
then take their support away?
Well, if they're working, they won't need the support.
Let's then look ahead to the budget. Huge pressure on Rachel Reeves. We know that taxes somewhere, somehow, are going to go up, although we now know not income tax. And for a long time, you used to promise that you would put income tax up by 1p in order to spend it on education and then the NHS. But now you have more of a kind of smorgasbord approach, and there are lots and lots of different taxes that you suggest you'd like to bring in. You've got tax on energy companies, tax on banks, increasing the digital services tax. You want to increase, here's just some of the ones that were in your manifesto last time round. Is there anything that you see and you don't want to slap a tax on?
No, actually, we're trying to make sure...
Poor people. There you go.
True.
Sure that ordinary people who've been hit by the cost of living and hit by increases in taxes by the Conservatives don't face more taxes. You're right, we are not proposing to increase personal taxation. We found one or two sectors that really are doing
It's a bit more than
incredibly
one or
well.
two.
Well, a few sectors, and what we are being very frank with.
This is such fucking manufacturing consent again. Like, you know how many taxes already exist? It's like thousands. Because there are individual taxes on all sorts of different products and services, and it depends on what band you're in and whether you're a national of the country or an international, and so on and so forth. There are thousands. So the fact that he wants to add 12 more, or change 12, because some of those are just changes to pre-existing taxes, is nothing. But you'd imagine that this is like, oh, he's a tax-heavy freak. He's basically communism.
And he's also like a liberal Democrat. Like,
Yeah.
These aren't exactly known as the high tax party, are they?
No, this is tinkering. Rather than doing anything to actually stop the companies putting sewage in there, we're just going to have a sewage tax. Oh, so you're allowed to continue to put shit in the rivers. We'll just collect slightly more money for it. No, stop them putting shit in the rivers.
I mean, what I want them to do is to start taking shares. Is that for every time they dump sewage, we take a handful of shares from the company. So they either clean up their act or they just get nationalised overnight.
No, what you do is you find the CEO and you take their children. And they don't get them back until it stops. Okay? No harm will come to the children. They'll be kept and it's fine. But no, you don't get the niceties of life until you stop pumping shit in the rivers.
Not unreasonable.
With people is, yes, we need to pay for our services, but let's do it in a fair way.
Businesses are the people who pay wages.
No, that's a fair
Businesses
point. That's
are
a
the
fair
people
point.
who...
It's one of the reasons why we were against the...
Or two birds, one stone. We want to say that people who aren't contributing should lose their housing. If you're pumping shit into the rivers, you lose your houses. And we put migrants in there.
Oh my god, incredible. Two birds with one stone indeed, Kevin.
Boom.
I like to cut your jib.
See, modern problems, modern solutions. Let's go.
Employers' national insurance rise, because it hit all businesses, small and large, whether in profit or not. If you look at our policy, that list that you put up, it was showing that we were targeting those sectors who are making huge amounts of money. I would rather grow our economy, improve job prospects.
Yeah, press the economy growth button. Whee! Also, why does he look like Popeye now? That's really weird.
Increase people's earnings by a strong economic plan, and the basis of that, as you will know, is to have a new relationship with Europe. The failed Brexit deal of the Conservatives have cost our economy a great deal.
Take a drink, everyone. He said Brexit.
It's right at the end of the interview. It took quite a while.
And we think with something like a new EU,
maybe he's getting better.
Customs Union, that would create the growth, and you wouldn't have to tax in the way that the Conservatives did and Labour are planning to do.
The problem with creating some new form of customs deal with the EU, so there'd be no taxes for businesses to pay when they trade.
He also looks like if Alexander Armstrong was to impersonate a politician.
It's true.
With the continent.
And all the regulations would go.
Except that what would be lost, your critics would say, is the UK's ability to do its own trade deals, to have its own independent way of making decisions about how to do business with the rest of the world.
Well, that's not gone very well, has it?
But that's what people voted for, Davy.
Well, actually, when we
Well,
had
almost
this
10 years
discussion back
ago.
then, many of the people who were proposing to leave the EU wanted the customs union to stay in place.
But why would it help the
including Nigel Farage?
Yeah, wanted a Norway-style deal. Again, this is such. I'm no EU fucking evangelist, but to try and say that people voted for leaving the customs union, they did not do that. No one voted to leave the customs union. They voted to leave the European Union. That was it. What was attached to that, the intricacies of how that would be done, at no point had any public vote on it.
No.
At no point.
UK to have to follow other countries' rules and regulations with no say and no ability to do things our own way?
Well, actually, when you negotiate with other European colleagues, you get a much better trade deal. It's a mutually beneficial thing with Europe. And if
Did he just fucking shimmy? Did you see that? He gave it the old fucking razzle-dazzle with his shoulders. What's going on there, lad?
Very weird. Rewind.
Yeah, it's a bit strictly, this.
a much better trade deal. It's a mutually beneficial thing.
What's that about?
with Europe. And if it's that growth that would get the revenue to the Chancellor and the Exchequer to pay for all our public services without having to keep increasing taxes.
We know that you believe in this as an economic policy, but also as somebody who I think would consider themselves a proud European. I think
Indeed.
it's fair to say
Very
that.
much so.
You are at this stage only talking about a customs union, but everybody watching also knows that in your bones you wish that we hadn't left the EU. Is it better for the Liberal Democrats, given that current polling actually says most people now think leaving the EU is a mistake, would it be better for you to just say, let's go the whole hog and campaign to go back in?
I think we've got to rebuild public support for a closer relationship with Europe. You're absolutely right. Many more.
So let's just sneak back in. Is your answer? You're not going to have the balls to be like, no, I plan to do X, Y, and Z, and put that to the people. No, what I'm going to do is I just shuffle closer and closer to the table until I'm back at the European table, and no one will even notice. It's like with the frogs in the pot. If you put the British people into a boiling pot, they'll jump out. But if you just warm it up slowly, they never notice.
Well, exactly. I mean, that was basically what happened during the Cameron years, right? Is that they were slowly but surely stripping away everything that we loved and sold it off to multinationals, but slow enough that no one noticed or cared until it was all gone.
Yeah, especially because the people who were supposed to tell us that was happening were all in on it as well.
Well, that's true, you know.
Fearless Fourth Estate.
More people support our approach to have a closer relationship, whether it's on the customs union trade or whether it's trying to build back relationships on defence and security.
So why not just be honest and say, you know what, I want to go back in. Let's get on with it.
No, because I, as leader, want to make sure our party...
I think anything like that, I think you probably ought to have a referendum at this point. Like, I get the idea that if you go into an election and you say, I'm not having a referendum, that in of itself acts as a referendum, morally, if, you know, whatever.
True, because they're voting based on your promises. But then again, of course, we all now know promises mean fuck all, don't they? So.
Well, exactly, yeah. Because I'm sure
there'll be
things in... Yeah, exactly, yeah. There'll be things that they promise that they won't do. And things that they didn't promise that they will do. So, like, it doesn't quite work that way. I think for something so controversial and such a totem thing, I think you would have to have a referendum again. I think the idea of a government just going, nah, fuck it, we're back in, lads, toot toot, is a bit much.
Builds that trust with the British people. And, by the way, we have to rebuild the trust with Europe.
So, Davey, thanks very much.
Oh, God. So instead of sucking Trump's dick, we're sucking fucking Barnier's dick. Brilliant.
Woo!
Thank you, Max, for becoming a member on the YouTubes.
Much indeed for coming in to speak to us this morning.
Thank you.
He's still squinting.
Be there with what he
Do we
would-
care about these melters?
No, I don't care about these melters.
Because I've been going 5 hours and I really can't be bothered anymore.
Genuinely not unreasonable.
There are rare. It's rare that I can. Look, there's no point at which I would choose to listen to Mariella Frostrup, but the fact that she's just on here, I can tolerate most of the time. But now I'm just like, nah, fuck it. Why do I care about this person's opinion? I don't.
True, very true.
So we leave it
if
there.
I'm going to send my YouTube viewers into my left eye.
Good shout. Good shout. Yes. Yes, I'll go there as well, I think.
Who's on the Twitchies? Twitcherino.
Question: do you think that we will get a chance at an independence referendum in May? No. But just no is the answer. So, like, regardless of what I think about whether you should get one, there isn't going to happen. So no.
No, it's not. I'm going to send Twitch views into James from the internet as well, I think.
You know what? Fuck it. Let's go.
It's been a while since I've been live whilst he's been live to be able to do the raid, whereas it's the other way around. So.
Yeah. But what about all of those daytime streams that you're definitely going to do?
so true. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah. Anyway, okie doke, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow for actually happy hour tomorrow with Christine.
Happy hour tomorrow for you. Yep, I will be back tomorrow at some point.
Good,
everyone can follow KF Lugan to make sure that you don't miss the happy hour. That's KF Lugan 1875 over on Twitch, or Ploppy111 over on the YouTubes.
And go and follow No Justice MTG to see Adnan Hussein's piss being boiled on the regular.
Take care and stay safe, and as always,
free Palestine.
From river to the sea. Bye bye.